let's do this. Let's do this. So, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon, welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit that like button, but also click the link in the description down below because it's always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are early. Once again, we're starting the stream very fucking early because we have a lot to do today. Want to play some games. Actually, want to play multiple games. We've got some Blizzard news that we need to cover. Probably going to watch some trial stuff because why wouldn't we? It's always fun watching the trial. So yeah, we've got a lot that we need to get through today. Thorborg, you bastard! Thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you. Thorborg, how you doing, brother? I'm, of course, as always, very happy to be here with all of you. As we hopefully don't have load shedding today. And if everything stays the same, we won't. So we'll be able to stream till whenever the fuck I'm tired. Because I don't really have a schedule. I don't know how long I stream for. I just stream. Because whatever, you know. Good thanks, fella. Yourself. Thorborg, I cannot complain. I mean, life's good, you know. So there's definitely nothing to complain about. Lunari, how you doing? It's good to see people filtering in, even though we are much earlier than normal. Alivarius, how you doing? No load shedding today? If we're lucky, no load shedding today. If lucky. So for us to get load shedding today, the country would have to move to stage 5 or stage 6 of load shedding for me to get load shedding today. Because anything stage 4 and under, I've already had my load shedding. Because if we're stage 4, I'm on stage 3, and that means I have no load shedding coming. Load shedding is still happening, just my schedule. I'm not off today. I'll be on in the background while working. Hey, dude, wherever the fuck you have me on, as long as you have me on. That's all I care about, bro. That's all I care about. Isaac, how you doing? Nico Spider, how you doing? Dude, what the fuck? I thought I'm gonna be here at least for about 10 minutes, 20 minutes alone on my own, waiting for people to filter in, because we are very early today. It's like 2:30. Strauss, how you doing, brother? B. Stefan, how you doing? No privacy for you? Yeah, I was sort of looking forward to just chilling here on my own, you know, having a chat to myself. No, I'm lying. It is the worst thing in the fucking world. Like, the 2 or 3 minutes that I'm live before people start showing up is just horrible. So if there is no load shedding, does that mean you will be streaming FF14 today? Yeah, most likely, depending on the stream. I don't know yet, but if everything goes the way that it's planned, yeah, we'll be playing some FF14. If everything doesn't go as it's planned, then we'll probably not. It literally all depends. We might get stuck in on some reaction shit, and then, you know, what do you know? 7 hours later, we're still reacting to crap. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. That's just how it works. Michindo, how you doing, bro? Which video is that? Amber was fired from Warner Brothers? Oh, that I saw, but isn't that kind of old already? Muddlin, how you doing? Power out today? Hopefully not. So, let me show you, just so everyone understands what's going on. If I'm lucky, there's no load shedding for me today. The country still has load shedding, but you had them turn off your power right before the trial. It jumped off yesterday. I didn't have them do shit on me. I wish I had that kind of power. But alright, so if you guys can see here, right? So if you look at that, stage 1, we have no load shedding. Stage 2, I would have been off from 10 a.m. this morning to 12:30. Stage 3, I would still be off at 10 a.m. this morning, so that doesn't affect us. Stage 4 would be 6 o'clock to 8:30. Now, if we move to stage 4, I will be on stage 3 because I'm in Cape Town, which means no power is off. But if we move to stage 5, we're fucked. So the second we move to stage 5, I would be stage 4, which means at 6 o'clock we're off. Now, they did say that they could move up the stages which are, like, at short notice because they're really struggling to generate electricity. Usually that means stage 4. like usually when they sort of push us up, they'll push us to stage 4. We haven't gone over stage 4 in a while. Actually going to start banning people for using add-ons. We'll talk about it. Max, how you doing? Isms Bush. Oh yeah. Anyone have any thoughts on motivations for me to quit WoW? I've been playing since 2008 and cannot stand the game now, but feel the urge to get Gladiator every PvP season, despite how much I hate the game now. Any thoughts? Copper, how you doing? Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You gotta just embrace it. Nexty, how you doing? But I would say play something else. If you're really not enjoying the game, and you basically feel like getting Gladiator every single year or every single season is almost a chore at this point, it might be worth just playing something else and checking it out. Even if you're not going to stick with it, you know, play Star Wars The Old Republic or Final Fantasy or Guild Wars 2 or anything like that. Give it a go. You may enjoy it so much that you completely forget about the whole Gladiator thing. The easiest way to get out of sort of a habit that you develop is to form a new habit. So I would say don't just quit, like just fucking walk away from the game. That's not gonna last. Just go try something else and don't even make it a permanent switch, you know? With Final Fantasy, it's completely free to play at the start. Star Wars The Old Republic, completely free to play. I believe Guild Wars 2 is free to play as well, or maybe buy to play and then free to play after. Not entirely sure how Guild Wars 2 money system or the monetary system for Guild Wars 2 works. There's like literally single player games that you could try out, right? Just got back home from college. I've been playing Overwatch with IRL friends again. It's really just the itch to get the Glad mount that's keeping me around. Copper, I would say venture out into the Wild West. Just go check it out, you know? Like I said, even if it's not to leave, just to check something else out. Copper, if I may ask, do you play anything other than Overwatch and WoW? Or is that basically, like, let me ask this. Do you play any other games? Do you play any games other than Blizzard games? Wild West, oh, you could play Red Dead Redemption 2. Just WoW, really. Okay, Copper. There is a world of games out there, my friend. A world of games. You have not experienced gaming yet. Blizzard, as much as I love the company and as much as I wish that they would get back on the horse, so to speak, Blizzard, as far as gaming companies go, is actually one of the worst gaming companies in the world. They've had one major hit, which is World of Warcraft. In every single other game that Blizzard have released, they are nowhere near the best at what they do. So I would say just install Steam and, you know, give it a go. See how it goes for you. If you want, you can install the Epic Game Launcher right now, because right now Borderlands 3 is free on Epic Games. So you could go Epic Games if you want for a free Borderlands 3 experience. I believe on GOG Games, The Witcher is free right now. On GOG Games, there's a couple of other games out there that you could pick up for really cheap. And then, of course, there's a world of indie games that you're going to pick up for $5 to $10 and have a good time. Morny, you motherfucker, thank you so much for the primes. I did really appreciate that. 15 months in a row. Thank you. I don't want to sort of tell him what to play, because if you're a WoW Andy, so that's pretty much all you've ever played, I don't know what your gaming sort of interests are, right? If all you've ever cared about is World of Warcraft, I could tell you what I would play, which is Witcher 3, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, Riftbreaker. I just started playing a new game, which is super fucking fun, over on Steam. It's called The Lost Spell. It's like a weird tower defense kind of game. Really fun. So there's like a shit ton of games that you could play. But it's all up to what your interests are. And since you've only ever really played WoW, I don't know what those interests would be. You don't even know what those interests would be. Because you've only ever experienced WoW. So you'd have to go into the West and just go try out different things, you know? Walk into the whorehouse and pick a couple and see how it goes for you. My CD's on for 95. Look, gotta get that a go. Jesus. You get Game Pass on PC. Always been an MMO guy. Played Pirates Online and Star Wars when they first came out. Copper, I mean, that's fair. Being an MMO only player. Personally, I would say I am an MMO secondary player. Definitely, there are way more single-player offline games, or offline in the sense, not MMO, way more amazing games on the single-player side than there are on the multiplayer side. How's it going? Mighty Randon, how you doing, brother? Haven't seen you in a fucking while. I suck at FPS games. Oh, I wouldn't suggest FPS games. I don't play FPS games myself. I prefer click games, click to move, things like that is what I prefer. It's a bit old Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, very much has the WoW aesthetic vibe. Oh, you could try Kingdoms of Amalur. Very good game. Brilliant story. Mighty Random, you don't have to worry about that, brother. As long as you had a good time, you know? Witcher 3 is fucking amazing. Yep. Witcher 3 is arguably the best game that's ever been made. That was me. I suck too, but damn, it's fun and I get better every match. With what game is that, Saven? What was the name of the tower defense game you mentioned, Echo? It's called The Lost Spell, Massey. It's a very unique twist on tower defense. Like, very unique twist. Because you don't actually tower defense. It's more like a turn-based, defend the base kind of game. But it sort of merges tower defense with roguelite aspects to it. It's like super fun. Also very fucking hard, but definitely fun. This is actually going to start... King Julian, I already answered that fucking question, bro. Have you considered playing the Ruined King game? It's pretty good. No, I have not. I don't even know what that game is about. FF7 was the best game ever made. Or I disagree absolutely with that one. Unfortunately, my story is kind of non-existent. Lore is very background. I have Ori and the Will of Wisps, the first Mass Effect, Hollow Knight, and the rest of Pale Beyond demo, Witcher 3 and the rest of Kingdom Hearts games to play, and I don't have the time. Dude, just leave all of those games and play Witcher 3. That's it. Just leave all of those games and fucking play Witcher 3. I've been thinking about V-Rising. What kind of game is V-Rising, though? Because it looks very ARPG. From what I could see. Just from sort of watching the videos on Steam. It looks ARPG kind of shit. Oh my god. So everyone wants me to play Final Fantasy games. Ah, so it's a survival game. Yeah, there you lose me. I hate survival games. Survival games are fun pretty much for like the first 2 days, and then I despise them. Ryu, thanks for the tier and sub, dude. Really appreciate the 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello to best game ever. You guys are nuts. If you're not saying Witcher 3 is the best game ever made, you're fucking trolling. It is as simple as that. I walked away from my phone, which was where your stream was, and when I returned, my dog was watching my phone. I think you have a new fan. Ooh, I like doggos. You should do a marathon, Echo, of playing every Final Fantasy from M1 to 13. Yeah, why the fuck would I do that? I will definitely not do that. Are you nuts? There's too many Final Fantasy games, and I'm pretty sure any of the 8-bit games I won't fucking like. I hate 8-bit graphics. Combat was awful in W3. Gave up playing it. We all know Raid Shadow Legends is the best game ever made. Dude, Fine. Why is Rocket League toxic gameplay? How do you get such a thing as toxic gameplay? If Elden Ring had amazing storytelling, it could rival Witcher 3, I think. I mean, the whole point of Elden Ring is to not have amazing storytelling. It's about that exploration, discovery, and the story sort of being told through items and stuff, right? So I feel like if Elden Ring tried to do the same kind of story as Witcher 3, it would just lose all its players. Because the people that's playing Elden Ring are playing Elden Ring because they don't want to play Witcher 3. Elden Ring is already better than Witcher 3. Rurikhan, I would not agree with that in any way, shape, or form. Even though I've not played Elden Ring, I would not agree with that. Witcher 3, Geralt, Yennefer, there's nothing even comes fucking close to Witcher 3, dude. The story in Witcher 3 is just next level. And since I'm a person that plays primarily for story, no game, be it gameplay, be it, oh my god, are you a Triss fan, Rurikhan? Like, are you a fucking Triss fan? Let's just get this out of the way. Are you gonna sit there and seriously tell me that Triss is better than Yennefer? Oh my god, bro, you could not be more wrong. You could not be more wrong in that estimation. Dude, everyone knows it's Yennefer first and then Triss. But it has to be Yennefer first. Soteris, how you doing, bro? Minion, how you doing? Miku, how you doing, bro? I don't know about base game ever made, but Divinity Original Sin, Pillars of Eternity, Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Subnautica are my favorites. I hated Pathfinder, Kingmaker. Xlock, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Should Blade Raid out, Akko? Rocket League is toxic because it's competitive. Everyone is toxic to get on the other team's nerves, to get a mental advantage. Also, if you're losing, you are bound to blame your teammate. So there's that whole cussing dynamic that ensues. I mean, isn't that like League of Legends then, in other words? Elden Ring story equals reading items in your bags for 60 hours. It's a fucking amazing game, but Witcher by far has better story. Liking Yennefer more than Triss is like, tell me you didn't play Witcher 2 without telling you didn't play Witcher 2. Dude, I played Witcher 2, first and foremost, and I loved Triss in Witcher 2. But Yennefer, in my opinion, is still bae. Like, you would be nuts if you didn't pick Yennefer to end your life with. Toxicity problems for people actually social enough to reach out. LoL does have the most toxic community, that's true. But it comes with the sort of, it comes with the vibe. If you're going to have a game where people are going to compete against one another for victory, where one team wins and the other team loses, it's almost always going to end in toxicity. Oh wait, I take that back. You need to play Lost in Random. What the hell is Lost in Random? Witcher 3 story beats FF14. Rurikhan, again, gonna have to hard disagree with you. I love the Final Fantasy XIV story, but there's something very uniquely special about Witcher 3 for me. We're at 69 viewers. No one else come into the channel, please. Let's stick on 69. I think, because for me, my evolution sort of in story games, first I was in love with Diablo 1, right? I love the story of Diablo 1. Then I played Baldur's Gate 1, and then eventually Baldur's Gate 2, and that for a long time was my game, right? That was my jam, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Then came Mass Effect, and Mass Effect shot up to like top level story, best story ever fucking told. Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I literally count all three of them as some of the best stories I've ever played. Then came Dragon Age Origins, and while Dragon Age Origins didn't actually beat Mass Effect, it came close. Still didn't edge out Baldur's Gate, but it came close. And then came Witcher 3 for me. Well, first Witcher 2, which I didn't finish. I actually first finished Witcher 3, and then I went back and finished Witcher 2. But after Witcher 3, it has been at the top of the rankings for me every single time. Don't remember too much. Bro, Shadowbringers will ruin stories for you forever. We'll see. I'll accept the challenge. Minion, the second you start building your kingdom, I fucking loathed it. Like, the second you had to start building things and building a town or some shit, that's where I went, yeah, fuck this game. I don't want to play this. My favorite follower in ME2. Is that even a question? Freehold? Like, who do you think is my favorite follower? It starts with an M. It's actually my favorite follower in the whole game. No. Miranda. Dude, obviously Miranda. Like, Morden is cool, but Morden is no Miranda. No. In terms of favorite follower, straight Garrus. If you're asking me just in terms of favorite follower, literally almost in every single one of my missions, Garrus would be my favorite. But Miranda is sort of like, let's be real, Miranda is hot as fuck. So yeah, he scared me, Miranda, for obvious reasons. Exactly. Why did you shoot Morden? Your opinions on RTS games? I'll say this. When WoW launched, I despised it as a premise because it would deny me Warcraft 4. I am a Miranda simp. 100%. On RTS games...
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible.
Well, FF14 Shadowbringers and Endwalker will give Witcher a run for its money.
I'm sure it will. RTS games, I will say... If I had to rank them, Caesar 3, Pharaoh. This is in no particular order. I'm just sort of giving you my favorite RTS games. Caesar 3, Pharaoh, Cleopatra, Age of Empires, Stronghold Crusader. Like, Stronghold Crusader, probably one of the greatest RTS games ever. Civilization, although it's not technically RTS, so I don't think Civilization counts. It's more city builder, turn-based, so can't count that really as RTS. Command and Conquer, Red Alert, StarCraft 1 and 2, really. 1 wasn't as good as 2, but 1 was still good enough. So it's, and then maybe Warcraft. I feel like I'm missing a game. What am I missing? RTS 5 of all time is Red Alert, Aftermath, followed by StarCraft. Did you punch the reporter of Mass Effect? Yeah, twice, actually. Have you tried Spellforce 3 yet? It's the best. Actually, I think I punched the reporter 3 times. Because in the last one, in Mass Effect 3, you go to punch her, and then she sort of blocks, right? She's like, yeah, I learned how to fight back, and then you fucking headbutt her and put her on her ass. So I think I did it twice. Not as good as 2. Rurikon, yeah, AC1 for me wasn't as good as 2. But again, from a storytelling perspective, I felt like the storytelling for AC2 was better done than AC1, but that's sort of similar to Warcraft. Warcraft 1 storytelling is ass compared to Warcraft 2 storytelling. And then, of course, Warcraft 1 and 2 storytelling is ass compared to Warcraft 3. The thing that I hated most, though, about Warcraft 3's missions was the Euro missions. I despised the Euro missions. Lost in Random. It's included in EA Play, so I could probably play this just on Xbox Game Pass. Single-player city builder, not an RTS. Massey, I think it's as close to RTS as you can get without being smack bang RTS, right? Go-Kart, how you doing? Beyond the Dark Portal. I hated the ending of AC2. I didn't mind it. I did not mind it. But then again, I only played AC2 base game. I didn't play any of the expansions for AC2. You say that, but after you've done Endwalker, you won't be saying Witcher 3 story beats FF14? We'll see. We'll see. It has to do a lot, because you have to understand there's also... My love for Witcher 3 is not objective. It is an incredibly subjective thing, because there's a lot of nostalgia. I remember the first time I played that game, it was a particularly hard time in my life. that game just sort of removed me out of the real world and allowed me to escape into the world of Witcher. So there's a lot of sentiment behind my love for Witcher 3 that would make it very hard for any game to defeat. And actually, Two Board is correct there. There isn't a game in the world that can compete with Shadowlands, specifically on storytelling. Best storytelling ever. So good, they couldn't tell it in only the game. They had to tell it in the book and in the game. That's just truth. I played FF14 all the way through. I still rank FF11 higher. FF11 for me is Witcher 3 for you, so I don't think it will surpass. It's subverting all expectations. It has the strongest female characters. True. Yeah. She will never surf. She said it, right? I also tried to send you the videos of the accordion door, like I said, from the trial yesterday, but I couldn't since I don't have Nitro. But I'm willing to call on there and show you sometime. Oh, Nixie, yeah, we can absolutely set that up. That's me in Dragon Age. I found it during a very low time in my life, and it gave me an escape. It's one of the beauties of video games. It's why so many people, I think, misunderstand what video games mean to so many gamers. And we could probably argue from a psychological standpoint, is it good, right? Is it actually good that games allow you to escape the real world? We could probably argue, but there's no denying that it absolutely does. Right, the White Wolf. Thanks for the welcoming laugh. I joined at Shadowlands. It's the best storytelling. Jackalo, I know, bro. Anyone who joined there not realizing that it was a joke probably immediately left the channel as well. They're like, well, actually, this guy clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Let me go watch someone else. The real world can be so crap. It can be, but is it healthy for us to not be in the real world? I mean, that's the real question, right? Roman numerals are fun. Better than most games, foreign. Is that what you're containing here? For sports, yes, it's healthy. I don't know if it's the same as books though, Super Cider, because games do have the active dopamine induce or inductive system, right? It's designed to induce dopamine to introduce dopamine into the system. So it does have that sort of, you can get hooked on video games. I don't know if you can get hooked on books. Like, you can love reading, but can you get addicted to reading? I don't know. When that stress leaks into video game world, that video games become bad. Fair to say, escaping through video is at least better than some of the dopamine inducing. True. I mean, if you're gonna be addicted to anything, would you rather be addicted to, like, heroin or video games? I think most people there would say, well, video games is probably the healthier alternative. Yes, I'm addicted to reading. This area, addicted, so you can't put the book down. You're losing your job because of reading. I've read a 960-page book in 2 days, so I can say you can get hooked on books. There's a difference, right? So I have read books as well where I just couldn't put the book down. Like, I finished, for example, Shadows Rising, the book just before Shadowlands. I finished that book in about 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Like, literally, started reading it, couldn't put it down, finished it in about 4.5 hours. Dan Brown's books, I will finish in a day. Like, literally, within a day, I'll read the entire fucking book. Because I love everything that Dan Brown writes. My favorite book is actually a Dan Brown novel. It's The Lost Symbol. So there are books that can get me really hooked on the book, but I wouldn't say that I'm addicted to it, right? I just really want to see how the story ends. But if something really important happened that sort of demanded that I remove my time from the book or my attention from the book and focus on something else, I could do it. Whereas video games or any other type of addiction, you'll start to neglect other parts of your life just so that you can do that thing. The lost symbol? Did they, Massey? Where? Nanako, I wouldn't say plenty. You do get what is referred to as high-functioning alcoholics. But it's not plenty. It is the minority of all alcoholics. But most people I know, I've never heard of a single person that lost their house and their family because of reading, right? Books. One good thing about FF14 is they don't have a novel for each. Yeah, but we've spoken about that before, King Julian. Are you going to play the new God of War coming out soon? If it comes out on PC, sure. If it doesn't come out on PC, no. I'll wait for it to come out on PC. Neglected video games and live to read books I'm hooked on. I watched it. It was on Penguin. What's the series called? Because a series about, like, the lost symbol could be really fucking good. Trayan, how you doing, brother? Practically, it impact my studying even. Oh, I have a question. Is there anyone yet that follows the MSI, League of Legends MSI Championships? Anyone in chat follows that? He's sleeping? Jesus. Is it just me? Am I the only person that actually follows the MSI League of Legends Championships? Motherfuckers. I can't believe I'm the only fucking one. Yeah, I'll do the lost symbol. I'll search for it and I'll see if I can find it. Rockman, how you doing, brother? No, not yet. I mean, this is the standard part of the stream where we basically don't do anything but just hang out. The real action will start later, as you guys already know. Olgrim, how you doing? By 2009, Dan Brown novel of the same name. The lost symbol is the story of a younger Robert Langdon, Ashley Zuckerman, being tasked by the CIA to solve a number of puzzles when his mentor, Eddie Izzard, is taken. Fucking hell. Okay, fine. How's the add-on convo been going? Well, we'll get to all of that. You guys know the drill. The first hour or so of the stream is just hanging out. Then we get into news and stuff, because I'm basically waiting for everyone that's going to be here to arrive. And then as soon as people arrive, that's when we'll jump into, like, just, you know, actually talking about everything and sort of getting everything out there and reacting to stuff and that sort of shit. Chinese drama based on pro LoL gamers? Dude, as a European fan, I was gutted the last 2 days. Like, fucking gutted, dude. G2 starts the MSI by basically becoming the #1 team. They look unbeatable. It looks like there's no team in the world that's going to be able to take them. They crush RNG. They crush SKTT1, I believe. I think they won against both of them, actually. I think so. I can remember. But anyways, they went like... I think they went 6-0 or 7-0 in the Rumble stage. So they were looking pretty much unbeatable at that point. No one's going to be able to beat them. And then they just suddenly go on like a 6-game lose streak. Or 5-game lose streak. Just losing every single fucking game. Even against the worst team in the league, they lose. And then today, last game of the day, they're playing Evil Geniuses from NA. And they finally fucking took the victory. Finally picked up a victory. Although EG looked good, they managed to win again. So now we're going into the semifinals. I'm not sure who RNG chose, because RNG came first. This is China. China's #1. Or actually, not even supposed to be China's #1, but China's #1 came first. SKT came second. G2, I think, came third, and EG came fourth. So the semifinals is going to be either against SKT or RNG. Nixty, I don't think so. So I looked at the players' faces during their loss yesterday against PSG. And no, they were genuinely angry about the loss. You could see it throughout the game as well. Whenever the cameras focused on the players' faces when things go wrong, you could see that G2 did not understand what the fuck they were doing wrong. So I don't think, I do not think that it was on purpose. Massey, well, right now in League of Legends, China is pretty much number one. People are always afraid of the Koreans. Always. People are afraid of the Koreans. And the thing is, the Koreans are shit. China keeps winning. Like, China keeps winning almost every single international tournament. So, outside of Damwon Gaming from Korea that was able to sort of, you know, win and be very good, Korea hasn't had much success. Yeah, Korea as a region is basically number 2 now. So, as things stand right now, Europe can beat Korea. Sometimes pretty handily, Europe can beat Korea. NA loses to Korea, China, and Europe. Europe loses to China, beats NA, no problem. But it can sort of, it's 50-50 with Korea. So sometimes Europe will win, sometimes Korea will win. The one region that no one in the world really seems to ever figure out fully is China. Like, China is just so fucking devastating. Which was taken very serious. It gave me a new perspective on how talented the pro gamers are. It's mad respect to them for me. I mean, they work really fucking hard. Well, esports is their national sport there. There once China versus the world in Dota 2. South Korea was dominant in SC2 up until a few years ago with Cyril and Raynor, I mean, into the mix, into respectively. I think you would like the drama. It was on Netflix. I will find... I think I saw the trailer for it before. So I have seen the trailer. Oh, shit.
3 statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows. 1, publication of 2,
I didn't even know it already started.
With 3, the requisite intent. See Tharp versus Sanders, 285 Virginia 476 at 2013. The requisite intent for defamation against a public figure is actual malice. That is, the statement must be made with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. See Sanders v. Harris, 213 Virginia 369 at 372, a 1972 case. See also Jackson v. Hart.
What exactly is
Virginia,
what are they trying to do now? Is there anyone that knows what's going on right now within the trial?
Your Honor is aware, quote, is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent person would have published or would have investigated before publishing, ellipsis. There must be sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication.
Yeah, I realize they're quoting case law, but for what?
Thompson, 390 U.S. Supreme Court, 727 at 730.
Sinchiro! Thanks to Steven Sub, really
Your
appreciate
Honor,
2 months in a
the
row.
evidence shows that Ms. Heard cannot prevail on her claim because she cannot and did not establish that Mr. Waldman made the statements with actual malice. Mr. Waldman testified that he conducted extensive investigation and reasonably believed that the 3 statements he made were true. Ms. Heard presented nothing to contradict that undisputed fact. Ms. Heard has no evidence of direct liability,
thanks.
because obviously, Your Honor, we need to talk about direct and vicarious liability, but it bears noting that she has no evidence of direct liability and cannot prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman when making the 3 statements at issue. It is undisputed that Mr. Depp did not make any of the three statements at issue in Ms. Heard's counterclaim. Moreover, in order for Mr. Depp to be liable for the conduct of one of his attorneys, there must be some showing that he directed, participated, or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the statements at issue. There is no such evidence on the record that Mr. Depp
The doctor was a fucking moron, dude.
Mr. Waldman to make the three allegedly defamatory statements at issue in the counterclaims. Indeed, there is no evidence of any communication or coordination between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman regarding the counterclaim statements or anything else. For this reason as well, Your Honor, Ms. Heard cannot meet her burden of proving that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his employment as our agency.
What happens if her
on behalf of
counterclaim
Mr.
falls
Depp.
through?
Again, it bears noting that there's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was sued, served with the counterclaims well into this case. It was more than a year after Mr. Depp filed his complaint, and Ms. Heard lost a series of motions to dismiss that she finally asserted her counterclaims, most of which have already been dismissed by opinion letter of this court. Whereas here there is no evidence of direct liability, Ms. Heard must rely on a theory of vicarious liability to hold Mr. Depp liable for the actions, or statements rather, of his purported agent, Mr. Waldman. Vicarious liability is by definition, quote, liability for the tort of another person, unquote. So to hold Mr. Depp liable for Mr. Waldman's statements, Ms. Heard must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. C. Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332, a 2018 case. Quote, vicarious liability is liability for the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability against an employer without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment. See also Roughton Pontiac Corp. Versus Alston.
If they throw
Virginia,
out the
152 at page 156.
the counterclaim, does that make Johnny
Which
Depp's case
standard
easier
Ms.
to win,
Heard
or
has not
same still?
met? And Your Honor, we cite a string citation to cases from other jurisdictions, which we obviously are not binding on the court, but we believe are influential.
Sincere enough, we will be getting into that in a minute.
For its review. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence, or ultimately, to prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. And while it is well settled law in Virginia, as Your Honor has pointed out last week,
Yeah, do we have any NA
that
lawyers
an
here?
agent's knowledge can be imputed to a principal, and this is the Allen Realty Corp. Versus Holbert case, 227 Virginia 441 at 446. Ms. Heard's counsel cannot cite any case law stating that a principal's knowledge is imputed to an agent. In other words, Mr. Waldman must have made the statements knowing that they were false or with reckless disregard as to whether they were false. And Mr. Depp's knowledge cannot be imputed to him. There is no evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman knew the counterclaim
I don't think that
statements
counts.
were false. Indeed, Mr. Waldman did not even know Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard at the time.
Of course, here we go again.
Incidents at issue.
I mean, all
and
about
thus
the
had no personal knowledge
fucking
of
Skamar
what
strain.
transpired.
Let's do this.
And this is reflected in the trial transcript that Mr. Waldman
Ace, how you doing,
met
bro?
Mr. Depp first in October of 2016, long after the fact. Nor is there any evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman subjectively entertained any serious doubts about the falsity of the counterclaim statements. Quite the opposite. The evidence shows, and it's unrebutted, that Mr. Waldman had very reasonable grounds to believe, and he did believe, and will to his dying day, that Ms. Heard's claim of abuse were patently false. Mr. Waldman testified at length about 29 witnesses he believed disproved Ms. Heard's false claims of abuse. See the transcript at page 6008 through 6012, and I won't run through all of that. But his testimony that 2 trained police officers, Officer Science and Haddon, were called to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, and saw no signs of injury on Ms. Heard's face, as well as, quote, Ms. Heard's own witnesses who have testified in various forms at various times that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between May 21st and May 27th, 2016, when she walked in to court with her publicist, her lawyer, her former best friend who no longer speaks with her, for a no-notice ex parte TRO. Some of the witnesses whom Mr. Waldman has cited, they include Laura DeVenier, Melanie Inglesis, who, as Your Honor recalls, was Ms. Heard's makeup artist, who decided to end any professional or personal association with Ms. Heard, Samantha McMillan, Hilda Vargas, Isaac Baruch, Trinity Esparza, Cornelius Harrell, Alejandro Romero,
this is spicy as
and Brandon
fuck.
Patterson, just to name a few.
This is so spicy.
No
It's so
reasonable
delicious.
jury could find that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice in making the allegedly defamatory statements. He was not present for the alleged incidents. He has no personal knowledge of any of the alleged incidents. What Mr. Waldman knows is a product of the legal work he did, the sleuthing he did on behalf of Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard cannot possibly show that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice, and her defamation claim must fail. 2, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor, not an employee. It is axiomatic, Your Honor, that a person who hires an independent contractor is not liable for the independent contractor's actions. See Sanchez versus Medicorp Health System, 270 Virginia, 299 at 344. An independent contractor is a person who is engaged to produce a specific result, but who is not subject to the control of the employer principal as to the way to bring about that result. See Atkinson versus Sachno, 261 Virginia, 378 at 284. That's a 2001 case. An outside lawyer retained by a client in connection with litigation is an independent contractor. See King versus Dalton, 895 F Sup 831, Eastern District of Virginia.
Dude, if
1995.
all of our witnesses fall through, that's
where
a
Judge
fucking
Ellis,
nightmare.
a legendary jurist known by all Virginia practitioners, held that, quote, a law firm attorney working with a client is nonetheless an independent contractor
Unagi,
and is
how are you?
not an employee of the client corporation. In that case, the employer was a corporation, but the same logic applies when it's an individual like Mr. Depp. That was Mr. Waldman's role. Indeed, clients hire lawyers to obtain specific results, or to try to obtain specific results, but they do not control the means by which the results are accomplished. Lawyers, as Your Honor has reminded us, are subject to professional obligations to exercise independent professional judgment. We are not at the whim of our clients as much as we want to serve them. See Virginia State Bar Professional Guidelines, Rule 1:2 and 2.1. And just to quote 2.1, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment, unquote. Mr. Waldman is, as a matter of law, an independent contractor, and Mr. Depp cannot be held responsible for any alleged tort by his attorney, particularly for statements about which he was unaware until he was sued for them. Mr. Waldman testified, and it's unrebutted, that he has his own law firm. He's not an employee of Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp or none of his loan-out companies have issued him a W-2, and Mr. Waldman provides legal services to clients other than and in addition to Mr. Depp. and that's found at the transcript, page 6020 through 21. All of that
He looks
is
snazzy as
unrebutted by
fuck,
Ms.
doesn't he?
Hurd. Mr. Waldman's statements, the third reason for which we respectfully submit the counterclaim should be stricken, is that Mr. Waldman's statements were protected opinion. And I won't run through all of that, but very briefly, taken in their proper context, the counterclaim statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion, entitled to protection under the First Amendment. See
Listen,
Gertz
what the
versus
fuck?
Robert Welchink, 418 U.S. 323 at 339. That's a 1974 case from the United States Supreme Court. See also Shacker v. Bufault, a Virginia Supreme Court case found at 290 Virginia 83, a 2015 case.
I don't know
noting
who
that
could
where,
like Amber
quote,
Heard, bro.
all sides of the issue, as well as the rationale for the speaker's view, were exposed. The assertion of deceit reasonably could be understood only as the speaker's personal conclusion, unquote, and finding in an accusation of deceit to be opinion. In context, Your Honor, any reporter or any reasonable reader would understand and expect a lawyer associated with Mr. Depp, as Mr. Waldman was, to challenge Ms. Heard's version of the inherently controversial events of the parties' marriage.
Yeah, I don't think Jason would
Ms.
step up.
Heard's lawyers were quoted challenging Mr. Depp, and Your Honor will remember the context of these quotes that were in a British tabloid, where Mr. Waldman's statements were buried well into article in which both points of view were clearly expressed, and Mr. Waldman was clearly identified not as an independent expert on the U.S. Constitution, but as one of Mr. Depp's attorneys. C. Chavez, 230 Virginia 112 at page 119, quote, the most unsophisticated recipient of such a claim, i.e., any reader of the British tabloid, made by a competitor against another, could only
What do you mean she
regard it
slipped
as a
up?
relative statement of opinion grounded upon
Or
the
how you doing, bro?
speaker's obvious bias.
Not yet, no. They're
Mr.
basically
Waldman
just
has never
nuking
done-
Amber Heard's
never did
case.
anything to
This is what's
hide,
happening here.
His support
Things are getting
and
spicy,
belief
bro.
in Mr. Depp. Finally, Your Honor, and for the rest, ultimately, Mr. Waldman's statements reflect the existence of two competing narratives.
There it goes. How you doing, bro?
And are merely his subjective view about events that he never claims to have witnessed. And there was no doubt about that.
I saw the video of them
Turning to
fucking
the second
celebrating
part
it, actually.
of the argument, which will be more abridged, Ms. Heard is not entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity. As a threshold matter, Virginia Code Section 8.01-223.2, which is, as Your Honor well knows, is the Virginia anti-SLAPP statute amended most recently in 2019, provides in relevant part, quote, the immunity provided by this section shall not apply to any statements made with actual or constructive knowledge that they are false or with reckless disregard for whether they are false. Here, in addition to Mr. Depp's testimony, several witnesses have testified that A, they never witnessed Mr. Depp abuse Ms. Heard, and B, that they observed Ms. Heard without any injuries, marks, bruising, swelling, etc., during periods when Ms. Heard claimed to
It
have
was made
injuries,
for me
marks,
by
bruises, etc.
my editor.
Such witnesses include, but are not limited to, Isaac Baruch, Kate James, Dr. David Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd, Officer Sines and Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and former U.S. Marine Starling Jenkins. Ms. Heard's request for anti-SLAPP immunity should be stricken, and even if there were disputed facts as to that,
Now, Camille is
anti-SLAPP immunity
fucking
does
hardcore,
not
dude.
apply because the defamatory implication of Ms. Heard's statements are not solely relating to a matter of public concern as is required under the statute. As has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed, and Ms. Hurd put her name to it. What he is suing about here are the 3 statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact, he was the one, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU, and he made it also to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and confined his arguments to those directed in the motion, but like we saw with the last motion to strike, he's now directing his arguments to something other than what's at issue here, and I would object because I think making an argument not to you but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and to everyone's time, and it also threatens to undermine
disrespectful my ass, bro. What are you fucking talking about? How's it disrespectful?
Well, it's his argument. I'll allow him to do his
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say, what Mr. Depp is suing about are the 3 statements. And it's very clear, despite the pious opening statement that about the First Amendment, that with the testimony of Terrence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Hurd were conspiring to make it very clear that those 3 statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted to time this thing with the release of Aquaman, which was her first film of any significance in terms of popularity, and to do that.
10 more hours
That's very
than
clear.
Amber's
So
team?
the
But why do
charade
they
that
have
this
more
had
hours,
something
though?
to do with
Like, do
public
we know
policy is
why
risible,
they have
and that
more
is
hours?
not why the anti-SLAPP protections
Billions,
were
not sure.
enacted.
Yeah, I have
They
played
were
their
enacted
Billions. It's
to
pretty cool.
protect the rest of the article, not what Mr. Depp is suing about. As generally analyzed by the courts, a matter of public concern is one which relates to, quote, a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, unquote, as opposed to a matter of only, quote, personal interest, unquote. That's Connick versus Myers, 461 U.S. 138 at page 146. Instead, the defamatory implication at issue in each of the 3 statements at bar relate to the personal grievances between Mr. Depp and
Gave
Ms.
me
Hurd,
similar vibes.
which does not rise to the level of a matter of public concern with broader implications for society beyond
It's a good game.
the 2 litigants.
It
in this
really is a
action
good game.
Any more than Mr. Waldman's statements.
Fuck.
I mean, adding the gloss of public policy might immunize the statements that relate to public policy, but those are not at issue here. Mr. Depp agrees with those statements. We're talking about the 3 statements that they very intentionally and very cleverly put in to make it clear the implication that it was about
This
Mr.
is
Depp.
life. This
They
is
had
life.
lawyers from the ACLU working around the clock with Eric George to be as clever about this as possible. And Your Honor remembers the testimony of Mr. Doherty about the consternation at the ACLU when they realized that USA Today and everybody else who read the article knew darn well that this was about Mr. Depp. This cannot be protected by the anti-SLAPP statute. It is a cynical runaround. And I think now that we have the undisputed evidence from the ACLU in the form of the testimony of Terrence Doherty, who is not only their corporate representative, he was their general counsel. He is a brainiac lawyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. And he referred to testimony of a woman at the ACLU who said she had nightmares about Ms. Hurd, and he expressed no concern about that. Now, that was either because they knew about that was either a reference to this game they were playing with the op-ed or the conspiracy they had.
System's
to
so
cover
complex
up
that even
her
saying you lack
failure
any evidence to back up
make
your claim
the
has to be dragged
donations.
out in 20
The
minutes.
donations became
I mean,
pledges, but now
they
we
talk
have
a lot,
evidence that
right?
she refused to sign the pledge.
They do
card.
actually speak a lot.
So she's caught either way. Simply stated, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing Ms. Heard for making statements about society in general. I think that's very clear from the record evidence. Mr. Depp is suing her for publicly naming him as an abuser by implication and forever tarnishing his good name, an act that, coming from an ex-spouse, is fundamentally personal in nature. For that reason as well, Your Honor, Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute is not applicable. And based on the foregoing, Your Honor, Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the court should grant plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaims and also strike her claim that she is immune under the anti-SLAPP statute. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows,
I hate
the
her
trial court
lawyers,
is
dude. Her
required to
lawyers
accept
are
as true
so
all the evidence
fucking
favorable
moronic,
to
bro.
Amber at this point, as well as any reasonable inference a jury might
Show me
draw
how you doing.
therefrom, which would sustain the counterclaim. That's the correct standard here. I'll address the actual malice argument first, the agency argument. Your Honor, there's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could determine that Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent. He made those statements. The statements referred to him as Mr. Depp's attorney. As Your Honor ruled on Friday with respect to the jury instruction conference, an attorney is an agent of his client. Mr. Waldman testified that he's been Mr. Depp's attorney since 2016. He freely admitted speaking to the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, and he refused to answer question after question about that agency, so he can't use that as a sword now. Mr. Chu puts a lot of emphasis on the fact that Mr. Depp allegedly didn't see the comments that were made that are the subject of the counterclaim, but as Your Honor well knows, whether he saw them or not is not the standard for agency. There's also evidence that Mr. Depp met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Waldman prior to the defamatory statements being made and released. I believe that was in February of 2020, just 2 months prior. Mr. Waldman also concocted a story that Amber was being investigated for perjury by filing a perjury complaint against her with the LAPD. He disregarded any evidence that he didn't believe would fit in his narrative, that would fit in this story that he was speaking about on behalf of Mr. Depp. And after Mr. Depp lost the UK proceeding, after Mr. Depp was ruled to be a wife beater by the court in the UK proceeding, the court there found him to be a wife beater. Mr. Waldman then got an overseas tabloid to run a story claiming that Amber was being investigated for perjury, which simply wasn't true. He walked into the LAPD, filed a complaint for perjury against Ms. Heard, found a media outlet that doesn't follow the two-source rule, and then he had let the world believe that the LAPD was investigating Ms. Heard for perjury. That's a shameful and a sickening example, Your Honor, of the lengths that Mr. Depp, through his agent, Mr. Waldman, would go to smear and to defame Amber Heard, and that continued in the 3 statements in the counterclaim. Your Honor has heard evidence, I won't go through all the evidence, but Your Honor's heard evidence from Ron Schnell, who's traced the negative hashtags toward Amber Heard online associated with those defamatory statements, and noted the staggeringly high number of them that were associated with Mr. Waldman. Under the principles of the agent-principal relationship in Virginia, Your Honor, when Mr. Waldman made those statements, he was standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. They are one and the same for the purposes of those statements. As Your Honor discussed at length on Friday, Mr. Waldman made these statements with actual malice. There's plenty of evidence from which the jury could infer that, and his own, both from the actual malice from Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's own reckless disregard of facts that didn't support Mr. Depp, and his attempts to manufacture false evidence that did. As Your Honor found in the hearing, I believe it was on March 24th, after Your Honor denied Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment, Your Honor said, as to malice, a fact finder could reasonably conclude that Mr. Waldman made the statements with malice because Mr. Waldman has no personal knowledge of the party's marriage and still made the
Dude, I
statements
think
he
she is stressing as
fuck. Nothing in this case has changed that. If anything, the evidence has only made it more clear that that is an inference that the jury can and we believe will find. So, Your Honor, there's no basis to grant a motion to strike on this agency argument. On the actual malice argument, the evidence shows that not only was Mr. Waldman Mr. Depp's agent, but that the two of them conspired to falsely accuse Amber of creating a hoax and falsify evidence that they believed supported their theory and what they wanted to achieve. As Your Honor well knows too, I won't go through all the law, but both agency and malice can be inferred through circumstantial evidence. There's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could infer those. Moving on, Your Honor, to the independent contractor, the court's already rejected this argument, ruled that an attorney-client have a principal-agent relationship, and as Your Honor said on Friday, there's no evidence in this case of anything otherwise. As to the argument that the counterclaim statements are statements of opinion, the court has already found twice that they are not statements of opinion, both on January 4th, 2021, in its opinion letter denying Mr. Depp's demur as to the counterclaim statements, and at the motion for summary judgment hearing in March of
Will
this
the judge
year.
be the one to resolve
As
it,
the
though?
anti-SLAPP argument, the court
I don't
again
think
has
so.
already ruled at the March 24th, 2021 opinion that the statements are, as a matter of law, regarding matters of public opinion. The court has already ruled that. Therefore, the only remaining issue for anti-SLAPP is whether the intent element of immunity is met. As we discussed on Friday, the intent element of immunity is substantially the same as the actual malice standard, which the evidence in this case easily allows a jury to find in favor of Ms. Heard on that.
Dude, I'm gonna
I won't
fucking
go
lose
through
this.
The litany of evidence that supports that Mr. Depp is an abuser here, but I'll touch on a few things that relate to Mr. Chu's argument. One, Mr. Chu was totally misrepresenting Mr. Doherty's testimony. There's not a single piece of evidence, Your Honor, in this case suggesting that Ms. Heard and the ACLU were somehow conspiring to achieve a defamatory implication to Mr. Depp. That's simply not what Mr. Doherty said. Mr. Chu's feel free to argue that to the jury, but that's not what his testimony reflects. Your Honor, there's also plenty of evidence that's been adduced both in Mr. Depp's claim and in Ms. Heard's counterclaim that show that absolutely that the counterclaim statements are 100% false. There was no hoax perpetrated. Mr. Depp is an abuser who abused Ms. Heard. She did not conspire with her friends to create a hoax. She did not create a hoax herself. And just very briefly, some of the evidence that's come up since the last motion to strike, Your Honor, that Mr. Chu conveniently disregards in his brief are the testimony of Rocky Pennington, the testimony of Josh Drew, the testimony of
Addons,
Elizabeth
how you doing?
Mars, all of whom completely corroborate Ms. Heard's account of the events of May 21st,
I ended up spacing out,
2016.
forgetting everything that was
Testimony
said.
of Melanie Iglesias.
Dude, whenever
who
her lawyers speak,
testified
I
that
zone
she
the fuck
covered
out.
Ms. Heard's bruises with makeup right after the December 15th incident that provided ample testimony to support that Ms. Heard often would cover her bruises that were caused by the plaintiff in this case, by Mr. Depp, with makeup. He ignores the evidence of Christy Sexton. He ignores the evidence of Io Tillett Wright. He ignores the evidence of Whitney Enriquez. All of these witnesses and others have testified extensively about Mr. Depp's abusive behavior toward Ms. Heard. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's own writings, recordings, pictures, and videos confirm that. The list goes on. There's abundant evidence in the record, Your Honor, from which the jury could, and again, we believe will find that Ms. Heard is not liable for defamation to Mr. Depp, and therefore, by definition, she has not acted with actual malice, and based on the court's rulings on March 24th, 2021, she would be entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity, which would permit her to ask the court to award attorney's fees against Mr. Depp. So with that, Your Honor, I'm happy to answer any questions the court has.
That's
but
fine.
that
Thank you,
covers it.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Your Honor, I will be brief in deference to the court's time and the jury's time. What Mr. Rottenborn said about Mr. Waldman's allegedly going to the LAPD about perjury is a complete non sequitur. If they thought that that were somehow improper conduct, they could have included it in their counterclaims. They included everything else but the kitchen sink, and most of it was thrown out. There was nothing in there about Mr. Waldman going to the LAPD. So that is a very clear non sequitur, red herring distraction. Number two, when Your Honor ruled on summary judgment on the issue of the counterclaims, Your Honor was dealing with a different standard and a different evidentiary record. At that time, Mr. Waldman had not testified, which is material. Mr. Waldman has now testified for purposes of trial. We have his trial testimony. It's very clear that he did not act with actual malice. They didn't even argue that. So that's pretty clear. And again, this is consistent.
Something
The third
I'm doing.
point is that it's all about
This is
games.
lost
They
spell. The
didn't
lost
sue
spell.
Mr. Waldman on the 3 statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that. And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem and after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr.
Big man,
Depp's
it's not
lawyer
how you
the
doing, brother?
required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get a TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well, they didn't. I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a monstrosity. But she did stiff the sick and dying children. It is gamesmanship, and that's what she's doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient in a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements. And they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship. When
No, not yet.
Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you. And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to believe that. It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point with which I agree, which was that with respect to each of the 3 statements, Mr. Waldman was clearly identified, even by the tabloid that printed these, well within articles that had both sides represented, that he was Mr. Waldman's attorney. Even the reader of a tabloid understands that when you're getting statements from attorneys, it's going to be forwarding their client's point of view. Mr. Waldman is not the only attorney who has spoken out. Robbie Kaplan, who was Ms. Heard's second attorney. So Ms. Heard started out with Eric George. He made comments to the press.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is so much further beyond what Your Honor is addressing.
I'm finishing up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm finishing up. My point, Your Honor, and it's on
This guy,
point,
what the
is
fuck?
that Mr. George made statements.
Her lawyers are
supporting
useless, bro.
Ms. Heard's
Like, fucking
position.
useless.
Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting her client's position on the merits, and so did Mr. Waldman. But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements by partisans. So for the reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike or, in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least, take these motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, in this matter, I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence as to her counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel. First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike. Having said that, we went down that legal road on Friday as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have. As to independent contractor, Again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike. As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are issued in the counterclaim, ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment. So that argument will not be part of the motion to strike. So when assessing a motion to strike, the court accepts the favorable evidence adduced as true towards the non-moving party. The court cannot reject any inference from the evidence favorable to the non-moving party unless it would defy logic and common sense. When there is any doubt and question, the court should overrule a motion to strike. Agency may be inferred from the conduct of the parties and from surrounding facts and circumstances. When there is no direct evidence, circumstances may, and usually are, relied upon to determine whether an agency relationship exists. A principal is liable for the tortious acts of his agent if the agent was performing his principal's business and acting within the scope of his agency. If an agent's tortious act arises from their agency relationship is enacted in part to service the principal can be held liable for the tort. Here, the alleged tort is defamation. Besides demonstrating the agency relationship, the defendant must prove Mr. Waldman published an actionable statement, meaning a statement that is both false and defamatory, with the requisite intent. As to agency, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney at the time of the alleged defamatory statements were made. Mr. Waldman does not deny this, and neither does the plaintiff. Moreover, Mr. Waldman made the allegedly defamatory statements about the defendant during the proceedings of this action and interacted with the defendant once the statements were made while still representing the plaintiff. Taking the surrounding circumstances as a whole, an agency relationship can be inferred, and thus a scintilla of evidence regarding agency must be turned over to the jury. In addition, the jury may infer that Mr. Waldman made these specific statements to a third party to serve as plaintiff by portraying defendant as an opposing litigant in a negative light. It is not disputed that Mr. Waldman published statements and that there is a question as to whether statements are false, and both parties disagree and have presented conflicting evidence as such. As to actual malice, Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements after he met with his client. In addition, there is evidence the plaintiff was with Mr. Waldman at a meeting in February 2020 with the Daily Mail online. Further, defendant claimed that she met with Mr. Waldman where he threw the paper containing the counterclaim statements within them. Consequently, there is more than a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror may infer Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements while realizing they were false or with a reckless disregard for their truth. It is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The Fourth Circuit and the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other preliminary matters before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, shit. So
Okay.
they didn't strike it. Fuck. Would have been nice if they did, right? God damn it. Oh, shit. Night 3, we're screwed. Well, that's not good news. Fuck! Dude, my entire base is on fire. Fade to the room, my graphics card. Stream too strong. Crashed my laptop out. Oh, shit. Fuck. Alright, we are in trouble. Deep, deep, deep trouble. Let's repair. I'm using all my gold just to repair my fucking buildings, bro. What the fuck? Right. Time to heal. Yeah, we're almost definitely losing this one, by the way. Would love to see a court case that just uses plain language instead of legal speak. I mean, so to be fair, I'm right there with you. I did not understand a word of what was just going on. Like, not a word. The judge said a whole bunch of shit. And for the most part, I was just sort of like, what? It wasn't until the end that I realized, oh, never mind. We're losing this. What game? Too bored. Scared me for a moment there. No. We're like, night 4 is definitely gonna be fucking horrible, dude. Like, it's not gonna go well. We have to survive one more night, and they keep getting stronger. So. Gonna win? No fucking way. I mean, to be fair though, to prove defamation is almost fucking impossible, right? So I wouldn't be too sure of I wouldn't be too sure that this is just gonna instantly be good. Alright, see you later, bro. I mean, would you though? Fuck. So what do we upgrade? Look, I do think Amber Heard is in trouble, but not because she's going to lose the case. I don't think Amber Heard is going to lose the case. I think what's going to happen, or it's already happened. Amber Heard is fucked. Like, in the public eye, she's fucked. No movie executive is going to touch her after this. Because no one's going to go fucking watch, right? No one's going to watch a movie that Amber Heard is in. So her entire public persona is shot to fuck. It's done. Actors trade on their public persona. If you don't have that sort of thing that draws crowds to a movie, you're not getting cast in a fucking movie. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And Amber Heard, I mean, I don't see her being cast in a movie ever again. If I'm fucking honest. Like, I would be surprised if anyone cast her in a movie again. Let me just quickly upload this. I'm surprised that Johnny is losing this. It's not about losing. It's so... For specific reasons, defamation is near impossible to prove. And the reason for it is to stop people from just needlessly engaging in litigation constantly about he said, she said bullshit. So if you want to prove something like defamation, you have to prove, now listen to how hard this is. You have to prove that the other person knowingly defamed you. So they knew that what they said was a lie. They knew that whatever happened to you did not, or whatever they claim happened didn't actually happen. So you have an uphill battle if you want to prove defamation. It's so fucking hard, and it's done on purpose, right? So have Johnny Depp's lawyers done enough? Because you have to understand what's happening here. Amber Heard is claiming that Johnny Depp abused her, right? Intimate partner violence. Johnny Depp's team can't just prove that Amber Heard abused Johnny. They have to prove that Amber Heard abused Johnny. This is for the jury, right? They're trying to get the jury on their side. But then they also have to disprove that Johnny actually abused her. Because if Johnny Depp even just once shoved her, that proves abuse. It doesn't matter to what degree. Like, Amber Heard could have lied about a whole slew of shit that happened. But if there's just any doubt in the jury's mind that there was one instance at least where Johnny Depp did something, you're fucked. Because the jury goes back and they go, well, actually, it's possible to believe that Johnny at least did this on one occasion, therefore it's not defamation because she technically was telling the truth. She lied about a bunch of things, but she was technically telling the truth. it's hard to compute your reputation into numbers, but you can prove financial if you lost your acting contract. Yeah, but remember, it's not just proving that you lost things as a result of the defamation, because you first have to prove that defamation did actually take place. I think the jury is on Johnny's side, but that is hard to tell. The problem is, I'm not sure how it works in American trials, though, but I think you need the whole jury on your side. So every single juror has to vote in your favor. Am I correct in saying that? Can it sometimes be decision either way? It has to be unanimous? Yeah, it has to be a unanimous decision. In Virginia, 7 jurors will decide. Wait, so Virginian law states that only 7 jurors have to vote yes. What kind of case it is? In which state? No, just 51% for civil? Cranky, thank you so much for that. Okay, so they need a unanimous decision, yes, though 2 members of the jury will not be on the final jury. So actually, someone said, Cranky Palico said, for civil cases, you only need 51%. Obviously, that could also change state to state, which makes the US the most confusing fucking justice system in the world. Because there's the country's laws, and then there's every state's laws. Already moved her from Aquaman to Akko, so he isn't in that movie anymore, because the director didn't want anything to do with her, because of all that drama. I know, King Julian. How would Texas be different, though? What would be different in Texas? Dude, I don't know what the fuck to take. More wands, more hammers, more mana. I feel like hammers, maybe. Well, this guy does 0 damage, so let's get him in there. Let's put a little bit there. Where do I link? This is about the jury. Next day we can watch that in a bit. Do you guys basically have the British Empire's justice system, or is it a lot different? Kind of the British justice system, but not quite. So we don't have a jury system. South Africa has no jury system. We have a judge that sits there for massive criminal trials. So, for example, in the Oscar Pistorius criminal trial, there were 1 main judge, the head judge, and then 2 junior judges. Their job is basically to ensure that the main judge doesn't miss anything. But yeah, we don't have a criminal cases require a unanimous verdict, or it results mistrial by hung jury. This isn't a criminal case, so majority rules. Easy. Okay, if it's majority rules, I'm perfectly okay with saying that I think Johnny Depp is gonna win this. If it's majority rules, I'm pretty sure Johnny Depp takes this. I mean, it could be wrong, obviously, but I'd be surprised. 3 Supreme Courts, I guess this is what you were talking about. Yeah, we don't have a Supreme Court. We have a High Court. National law is more of a template for the states to build off of. Oh, there is actually... Fuck, what am I doing? Hold up. I have some... We have some stuff that we have to discuss. I almost completely forgot. We'll get back to the trial in a bit, but... Since it's WoW news time, more news coming out of World of Warcraft. So Blizzard have finally, I guess we're starting to see some of the fruit from the community council coming through, with Blizzard sort of I think I should start with this. I still feel like the community council is a complete waste of time, right? I still think Blizzard could do all of this in the normal forums and get even more people into the discussion, not just the weird community council membership that most of them don't really seem to represent most of the player base anyways. So, for example, people that care about story, Blizzard chose a bunch of RPers. It's like, dude, RPers don't always care about the lore. Like, there's plenty of RPers out there that make their own lore. So, I mean, your team does not represent anyone in the lore community at all. But anyway, so I think the community council is still a waste of time, but we are at least seeing Blizzard using the community council, which is better than what they did with the last community council, which sort of was invented and then just never used again. So Blizzard sort of spoke about computational add-ons and accessibility of raid mechanics. They had an entire blue post on it. So Blizzard, greetings. First up, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to write up really excellent feedback here. Our team fully supports the sentiment that accessibility is not just a concern for those with disabilities, and that efforts to improve accessibility make the game better for everyone. Posts like this do a great job of helping us gain insight into ways we can level up as developers. I would say I agree with that for the most part. I think it depends on what we mean when we say accessibility, but all in all, not all add-ons that make the game more accessible. So add-ons that allow you to move things around or make things bigger or make things smaller, something to that effect. Those add-ons are helpful for almost everyone. So I have no problem with add-ons like that existing. While I can't provide a definitive answer to all of your points, I'd like to share some insight into how we think about and approach these problems, as well as some things we've either already done or are considering that may help. So this is a cool term, collaborative randomness. This is a cool term and I like it, but I want to expand a bit and talk about even more factors that we think about when determining if a mechanic is appropriate to ask players to do at a given difficulty, such as how complex is the mechanic, how much affordance does the mechanic have, basically a function of how clear it is, plus how much time you're given to react. How severe is the punishment for failure? And is it binary or granular? So binary means you get hit by the mechanic, you die, you don't get hit, you live. And granular would be if you fail multiple times, probably going to die, but it wouldn't be an insta-wipe regardless, right? So to use a few Shadowlands mechanics as examples, Smoldering Ire on Denathrius, low complexity, high affordance, so you get more than enough time to move out of the mechanic. Outright ignoring it is an instant wipe, but failure is granular. If you only miss 20% of the damage, you're likely to survive on that. So spiked floor on Painsmith, low complexity, medium affordance, failure is binary. Die if you get hit, but it only affects one person, so a few mistakes can be okay. And then Loom of Fates, the Fate Scribe, high complexity, high affordance, failure is binary and instantly wipes the raid. Gonna be honest with you, I think my main issue with most mechanics on bosses is whenever a single mechanic determines a wipe for the raid, regardless of how many people get hit by the mechanic. Now, I'm not saying that that is what Loom of Fates does. I actually don't know. I haven't raided at all since late Legion. But I know in Legion, there were mechanics like that during some of the raids, where even if just one person fails the mechanic, it is an instant wipe for the raid. So you can't afford anyone to fail it, which really just seems way too over-punishing as far as I'm concerned. Like, that seems like an extreme punishment. And we'll talk a little bit about my thoughts and how I think Blizzard is sort of misunderstanding the discussion. But anyways, note that this is simplifying a bit and doesn't count for what else is competing for your attention while this mechanic is happening, but it's still a useful model to help evaluate the impact a mechanic has on a fight. When it comes to Loom of Fates, I wonder if you'd feel less like add-ons are a requirement if one or both of the following were true. Fewer things competing for your attention during the mechanic, avoidable elements, ads, etc. More granular penalty for failure. Example, a single mistake resulted in a survivable with all your raid cooldowns level of damage as opposed to a wipe. So here's my opinion on... Because what I get from this is that Blizzard really... Actually, let me finish the article and then we'll talk about my ideas. Because I did read... I sort of scanned over this last night. So I already have an opinion on it. Ultimately, what I'm getting at here is that high complexity is a design space that allows us to do some pretty cool and thematic stuff. And I'd like to find ways for us to continue doing things in the space while keeping them accessible. To be clear, we make high complexity mechanics not because we feel pressure to keep up with add-ons, but because doing so allows us to create more unique bosses. I do not agree at all with that statement. Because, well, actually, I should say I agree with a portion of that statement, but I don't agree with the conclusion of the statement. Because I think you can absolutely have high complexity mechanics that is very punishing, but isn't final. So, my example here, and I realize a lot of people are going to jump out of their fucking knickers right now, because how dare you compare this to another game. In Final Fantasy, if you fail an AoE mechanic, you get a stack of vulnerability. At 4 stacks, it's an instant wipe, because vulnerability increases the damage that you take. It affords more failure, so it allows for people to learn the fight without any failure immediately resulting in fight over. So a good example of this is how many times have any of you raided before where within the first 30 seconds someone dies to some stupid mechanic and the raid leader yells, wipe. Just fucking wipe it. Why? Because they know that this is phase 1. Phase 1 is easy. Everyone has to be alive in phase 1. So, because in phase 2, if we wipe, we need raises for stage 2. Like, stage 2 is where we need the raises because that's where a lot of people are going to die. If we waste the combat raise on someone in stage 1, we're fucked, right? We're not going to be able to get through stage 2. So then you wipe. The problem is that person that have just died on that mechanic, they're going to take so much longer to actually learn the mechanic that they're failing to right now. It's going to take the whole raid so much longer to actually learn the mechanic that they're failing on, because failure is instant and there's no real give on failures. In my opinion, I would like to see Blizzard do 2 things. I would love Blizzard to sort of look into the idea of vulnerability stacks. So the ability to fail once on a mechanic and not immediately be punished. And you can play around with that vulnerability stack mechanic, right? So you could have certain mechanics where 2 times. So if you fail on it twice, you're fucked. If you fail on it twice within 1 minute, you'll die immediately. And other mechanics sort of give you more leeway. So you can fail at least 3 times on it before it will one-shot you. And maybe some of them will give you 4 times before you actually wipe on it. But it gives people enough time to sort of learn the fight. Yes, I failed now, then I fail again, then I fail again. At least I've had 3 times to see this mechanic. You know, you're relieving a lot of the stress and a lot of the sort of, oh my God, moments within a fight, while still keeping it pretty complex. It's still a very complex fight. Yeah, they can just literally copy it. What the fuck? I don't think they should literally copy it, because World of Warcraft is still a different game. But you can take inspiration from that system, right? The other thing that I sort of wonder about, why is there a cap on combat raise in World of Warcraft? This doesn't make sense to me. It feels like such an old school mechanic, when most other games these days, like most other MMOs, don't have that limitation. If you have the mana and you have the time, you can combat raise. It just feels like the limit to combat raises also adds even more of this, oh my god, on guilds and raid groups, where you can't really waste them. If you do waste them, you're fucked later on because, you know, you're not going to have any combat raises left. Instead, what I would do is I would make combat raise castable by all of the healers in the game, so they all have a combat raise. You give some of the healers a bit, like, you'd make sure that it's different, so it's not the same for every single healer. Like, say, for example, a Disc Priest doing a couple of bubbles and a penance and something else almost gets an insta-cast on their raise or some shit like that, right? But overall, you make combat raises long casts, so you give it a 3 or 4 second cast time. It costs a lot of mana, so your healers doesn't just want to fucking spam it. They kind of want to not waste their mana on that bullshit. So ultimately, you do make it punishing for combat raises to be used, but you don't make it impossible for guilds to use as many combat raises as they want. And again, here you can borrow straight from Final Fantasy. I believe Elder Scrolls Online does something similar, although I could be wrong. But people lose damage. Say, for example, for a minute, you do less damage, so you have raised sickness. As soon as you get combat raised, you have raised sickness. And you can actually make it like the normal raised sickness. In other words, once you get combat raised, you take 40% increased damage, and you do 75% reduced damage, right? So it's not as if it's free. Combat raising is definitely not what you want to do, but you can. It's possible to do, even if it is just to sort of learn how the fight functions, learn how the fight works, because I can raise you now, and I can give you another shot at trying to figure out the mechanic.
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
I think it's going to...
Okay.
Let me just mute this for a second, because I think they're going to start soon. But I think that will ultimately lead to a better feeling for most players. I would say for most players, it's going to lead to a better feeling whenever they're raiding, and also might convince more people to try raiding, because there's not going to be that high-level stress thing that they just constantly have to engage with. Hiding of visual information. Sparkbots and Make a Talk were a lesson for us on the experiences of players who don't have the option of using voice chat. Since then, any time we make a mechanic with hidden information or other puzzle elements that require players to communicate on the fly, one of our requirements is to confirm through playtesting that it can be reasonably completed without using add-ons or voice chat. In Shadowlands, this requirement has been applied for fights like Mistcaller, Hillbrand, Fate Scribe, and Lords of Dread. That said, we understand that even if a fight can be done without advanced add-ons or voice chat, it's still possible for players without those tools to experience a frustratingly large disadvantage relative to a fight's intended difficulty. I do think that allowing people to combat raise and also allowing people some leeway in failure sort of removes this problem. Because then hiding information isn't as punishing, and you don't have to worry about, look, does this just feel too hard? Because at the end of the day, there's nothing like too hard in an MMO. The only real thing you have to worry about in an MMO is how much time do people have to actually learn how to do something. That's all that really matters, right? Let's say we understand the fight can be done from applying feedback like this as we make new bosses in the future. Even if we can't achieve complete parity, I think it's totally fair to ask for designs to be considerate of players who can't use voice and to provide reasonable in-game tools to bridge the gap. This, of course, brings us to user interface improvements. So this entire thing actually talks about a sort of ping system within raids. And I think if there has ever been a game that requires a sort of ping system, it's World of Warcraft. Like, just the ability to ping your entire group and be like, focus this, focus that, right? Because we already have that kind of in World of Warcraft with the ability to place skulls and crosses and things on bosses. But a ping system that tells people, quick, move there without actually having to use voice chat. Because right now, you can put up a marker, right, on the fly. The problem is if you can't actually tell the people, go to fucking raid, people are just going to see raid and be like, oh, never mind, someone placed the marker somewhere. Who knows, right? If you could ping someone and be like, go there, I need everyone there, it solves so much problems of people that don't want to be in voice, people that don't want to hang out in voice. And again, it allows you to make fights even more complex because people can communicate, even if it's a little bit more muted than voice chat would be, for example. All in all, I would like to see Blizzard improve accessibility to raiding through actually making raids more forgiving. Still have very punishing mechanics. So mechanics that is very difficult, highly complex, really engaging, but don't allow for too many mechanics to be one-shots or to basically be one-shots, right? Because if a mechanic does 90% of your HP, that's still basically a fucking one-shot, because usually there's other damage sources as well. If you don't survive it, if you don't get healed up to full, you die, right? So I would love to see Blizzard embrace a little bit of what other MMOs are already doing in this space by giving people a little more leeway. I think it will do a lot to alleviate some of the toxicity we see within raids, but also it will probably allow more people to actually raid, because they feel like there is leeway for failure and learning. It's still hard. You're still going to wipe if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, but at least I have that little buffer. Do you guys understand what I mean? It's annoying in open world, though, because random people ping random shiz. Next, you can absolutely have it to where you only see pings if you're in a party, right? So you could absolutely have it, where pings will only show up if you're in a group. I used to play this game called Savage 2, A Tortured Soul, which was a purely PvP game. There was a role in each class called a commander. The commander directs squad and players to focus on certain things. Maybe it's not exactly what Blizz should do, but some ideas can be borrowed from there. Wogo Mo, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. And I agree with you. Blizzard should go to other games and what they're doing and copy what works. Borrow from them and sort of apply it in a way that it works for World of Warcraft, right? Because not everything is going to work in WoW that works in all other games, but there are things in other games that's really kind of cool and could work. So I would love to see Blizzard do a little bit more in that regard. Oh shit, Trial's back on. Who's calling who now?
And understanding that there will be options and that there was a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say. So, and from there, beyond normal development, the role sort of, the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson. So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, it was the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising
All right,
the
here we go.
option to cast Miss Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
Right warnings in the counter.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the
Did they
delay?
pay her? Actually,
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran,
Who was the director?
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
then why the fuck is she crying?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman
Was paid,
2?
so even if she doesn't
It
appear
was
in
the
the film.
concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there, and would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa, and move forward that way.
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses for the role of Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
What role, if any, did
Sure, it's
Miss
for the
Heard's
camera.
dispute with
Lucid,
Johnny
what's for the
Depp
camera?
have in Warner Brothers' delay
She is a shit actress.
in picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
Would Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
At any time from the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up her option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran
So
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack Snyder at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition
Attilin,
today?
thanks for the deal. I really appreciate that.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about scripts. Did you review any of the drafts of the script for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When?
part of my role is I read all the drafts of the scripts as they come in.
When was the first
He just
script
lagged.
for
Fuck.
Aquaman 2?
Oh
Okay.
boy. I cannot tell you. Probably in 2018, latter part of 2018 would be my guess.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the script.
All right, what, if anything, did Rob Cowan say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and that it's sort of movie magic and editorial, the ability to sort of put performances together, and with the magic of, a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry. And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the characters on the screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so...
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was difficult for the chemistry?
No, because it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Now, you've used the term fabricated a number of times. What did you do to fabricate the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Well, those are just, it's editorial. A good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, can pick the right moments, and put scenes together. Again, score is a big, the music in a scene makes a big difference. It can make a happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort of it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound design, music, etc.
And what do you mean by fabricating, though? I mean, were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best music? Let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what we do in post-production. That's what filmmakers do. This is, on any production, you're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others.
They're trying so hard to
was more
get
difficult,
them, so to speak,
because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to, James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works, and it's great.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the combinations together to make the most successful production.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247. And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2. Is that correct? And Aquaman, the first one, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018. You rated really high with the audience, ! Do you see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber saying...
That'd be a test screening. So during our post-production of the movie, we test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
And they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that says there was any chemistry issues between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason
Are
came
they
back
trying
and James
to-
Wan came back,
Are
you
they
were
trying to
guaranteeing
get-
that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
This guy to
That's
admit that they removed her because
And
of
Jason Momoa
of the
was
lawsuit.
able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And what, if any, issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Colburn next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach.
Sure.
It sounds like they want him to say that there was no chemistry between Jason and her, and they kicked her. Well, as far as I know, this is like Amber Heard's attorneys, correct? Fuck, I'm not going to be able to do this. Fuck! I moved to the wrong place. Anyways. No wonder movie fails nowadays, yes, to prove the damage. So basically, Amber Heard's attorneys are now trying to prove that actually, like they're trying to set up their damage effectively is what they're doing, right? They're trying to show, okay, there was damage from Johnny's trial, and therefore if we win the countersuit, we need money now. Like they need to pay shit tons of money. They're trying to discredit the notion that bad chemistry is why they considered recasting, why they reduced her role. Then they're setting it up to say that they pressured the studio to drop her. I mean, how are they going to prove that, though? Like, is it even possible to prove that? That seems like an impossible thing to try and prove. I think they're. I actually hope they lose, dude. I hope so badly that they lose this, man. You have no idea. Although I don't think I'm alone on that. I think most of us are hoping that they lose this. It's a straight chase, but they're desperate. I wonder. Oh, for the love of fuck. I wonder what the jury must be thinking now. Prove that there was chemistry between her and Moma, which would lead to future movies with him in the franchise based on the lawsuit. So I mean, it's useless to even try. Because do you really think the the movie producers are gonna admit, oh yeah, we removed her because of this trial. Of course they're not gonna admit that. They're just gonna be like, well, actually, no, this was just always... She always had this shit role, you know? This was always the plan. Nah, bro, planned. I think this is so much wishful thinking, dude. Like, they are really trying to lay it on thick. If they admit to removing her due to the lawsuit, they'd get sued themselves. I mean, would they though? I would think that if there's ever been a case for sort of I can do whatever the fuck I want, it would be for movie producers, no? Like, can you actually sue a movie production company for really anything? I mean, if they don't want to cost you, they don't want to cost you. It's as simple as that, right? I'm about to sacrifice one of my guys here. Alright, I think this guy's gonna get spanked anyways. Go to Death Wish, mate? Death Wish how? I mean, I'm not even supposed to win this, right? Not yet, at least. Newspapers can be sued merely for printing advertisements that include defamatory statements. This approach permits plaintiffs to sue studios and broadcasters, not just the producers that created the defamatory content. Oh my lord. Dude, my guy is so fucked right now. Right. I mean, your idea of suing a moving company like Warner Brothers? I don't know if I don't think a suit like that is gonna work. Like, if I'm honest, I don't think you're gonna win. Because they do ultimately have the right to basically do whatever the fuck they want. You know, if they don't want to cost you, they don't want to cost you. It's as simple as that. You know, and I don't think you can force that. I don't think you have much of a case against that. The studio would be defaming her if they removed her because...
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize again. We have a few things to take care of. We're just going to go ahead and take our morning recess now for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not talk to anybody, okay?
Like, that's
No,
gonna
doing
work.
outside research. Sorry, that was the same thing.
How's that gonna work?
Take a break.
Don't talk to anyone. Don't discuss this with anyone. It's like, sure, Your Honor. But can I discuss this with my friends over breakfast, please?
And if the doctor testifies, then is that WebEx? Okay, so I'll get that set up too while we take the break as well. All right, we'll go ahead and take a break. Let's make it 10:50 to give them time to look at everything, okay?
All right.
Oh my god. Dude, how am I winning this? The studio will most likely settle out of court. Yeah. I mean, I have no idea. Mover from the movie, because of the lawsuit, it's considered retaliation for engaging in a protected activity, filing a grievance. Yeah, but to be fair though, as a movie company, I can see them not giving a fuck about something like that, if I'm honest with you. Just because, remember how movies work, okay? Remember how movies work. If you're an actor, your entire appeal, the thing that you bring to the table, is your image. How many of you go and watch movies because your favorite actor plays the role? Almost all of us. For example, a Johnny Depp movie, almost all of us here will watch a Johnny Depp movie. Regardless of what the movie is, you'll watch it because, you know, it's a Johnny Depp movie. I'm like this with Anthony Hopkins, for example. Any movie that Anthony Hopkins plays a role in, I will watch. Just no questions asked, because it's fucking Anthony Hopkins, you know? So at the end of the day, I don't see... I don't really think you can hold it against a movie company, or that it's going to work holding it against the movie company. I think they're literally just going to be like, well, you know, we can't have stupid people in our movie. Yeah, rich or not, I cannot imagine going through a trial like this every day for weeks straight, not to mention it's also in public. Yeah, but, I mean, if you don't want to go through a trial like... So the Grey, are you talking about Johnny Depp, or are you talking about Amber Heard? I was AFK for about 45 minutes just then. What's happened? Nothing really. We're still waiting for the juicy bits to start. But Heard has to prove. That's why they didn't recast her. That's really hard. There are 1,001 reasons they can give. I would say, well, after we saw your acting, we were like, fuck that. You don't know how to act. And that's why we decided no. You know, we just decided that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Dude, I'm losing this so hard. There's like not even... no jokes. I am losing this so hard. Yep. Yeah, this is a hard lose. Like, there's just no fucking way I'm doing it this time. I mean, we can try, but I fucking doubt that it's gonna work. Yeah, to be fair though, I wouldn't want my... I'm right there with you. Landon, we've already covered it. I wouldn't want my business being washed in public, but then at the same time, these people are celebrities, you know? They sort of opt into publicity anyway. This is called The Last Spell, Evans. Andy, I mean, if you want to, you can. We're about to lose anyway, so does it really matter? I don't think it does. See, what the fuck do we actually build now? Tatiana, which comparisons? Hope you're good. Lambden, yeah, I mean, it will be up on, you don't have to worry about it. It will be up on YouTube eventually, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Right, so this guy makes armors. But what armor does the guy fucking make? Yeah, I mean, it's already up to Alex, so Alex will absolutely get in on that, so you don't have to worry about that. The video should be up today, most likely. I'm just sort of playing this to keep busy so that I don't just sit here and watch the court case, you know? Because, yeah, I can. Probably need to get some more health going. Lovecraft stories are really good, dude. They really fucking good. Ooh. Fuck. I could really boost the damage here. Yeah, Apocalypse. It's easier when I have something to play, you know? Let's go for that. Why not? Let's do some lone wolf bullshit. Why does it feel like my fucking arrow guy is just useless? What's that Lovecraft? So Call of Cthulhu, we played not long ago, which was really fucking good. Then you have Sinking City, which is actually also a Lovecraft game. So good. They really fucking good. I had similar trajectories with like Zendia and Mamao. I would say that they're reaching right now. That's what it feels like to me. The defense or Amber Heard's attorneys are fucking reaching. Like, just try whatever and hope that it fucking works, right? I hope it works. Yeah, I just wonder if it's well, that is a fucking useless reroll. Do I have any propagation? Like, no, a single one. Fuck. Lawyers are throwing crap at the fan and see which will stick. Nerd Booster, how you doing, bro? I can't believe people are still going on about these two rich asshats. They are both horrible people. Nerd Booster, but just because they're both horrible people doesn't mean it's not fun watching them completely obliterate one another, right? It's still fun. Yes, everyone looks when I try and wreck some dude, that's what makes it fun, is you can see how shit is happening, and it just makes it so fucking good. What's up, Saven? There are also much further reaching implications of this case, other than herder, rich bitch drama. To be fair, if this case does end up... If Johnny Depp ends up winning this, it puts a sort of... It will give a lot of future people that want to sort of claim things that isn't true a massive pause, right? Because in the future, a lot of people that would ordinarily just fucking do whatever is absolutely going to think twice. They're going to be like, actually, maybe I'm not going to go through with that. Hey, Nunzi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Been having encounter issues? Big Man and Slapper, I saw that. Lord, how you doing, brother? Show more grey middle ground. Show McCarthy, men are victimized too. That shit needs to be acknowledged. Oh, I think right now the criminal justice system is 100% against Maine. Not just criminal, like the justice system. You guys should do yourself a favor and go look up... Go look up the statistics for Maine in divorce cases. Lord Kenio, thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So no, I do like the fact that she's getting her ass handed to her just a little fucking bit, you know? Just a little bit. We're talking about Lovecraft games. Have you ever played the game The Shore? No, but I've heard about it. Apparently, it's actually quite a short game. Dude, why is every single one of these perks so fucking horrible? That's a decent perk, at least. Oh my god, we finally get some armor out of our armor maker. Should check it out sometime. It requires the guy to prove the mother is literally unfit. I like the Lovecraftian universe. It's so good. The only issue with the Lovecraftian universe, as far as I can tell, is oh shit. The Hughes Gaming. Thank you for the 500 bits. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The only issue that I can see when it comes to the Lovecraft universe is it's very, shall we say, it's very fractured. Like, the Lovecraft universe is incredibly fractured. So it would be kind of nice if we could ever get something that merges it together, you know? That would be really cool. I don't even know why I'm doing this, by the way. I'm about to lose this next fucking match, 100%. Like, there's just no way. Make it more connected would be nice. Yeah, someone has to step in and connect the universe together. How am I supposed to do this, people? How the fuck are we supposed to do this? Can anyone tell me? Here in Brazil, we have police stations exclusively for women, and they are well known for always considering men guilty no matter what. They use gaming. Thank you for the gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate that, bro. Oh, shit. Look at that bow. Fuck. I'm gonna need a mana potion. Well, it's not really gonna do much, is it? Fuck. What do I buy, people? What do I buy? What do I buy that's gonna guarantee I win this next one? I don't think there's anything I can buy that's gonna guarantee a victory this next one. This is just a scroll. It's one-time damage and then it's that, ninja. People are mean and petty. It's not right at all. Dads get screwed even when they are trying to do right. So I get that it's not easy for the criminal justice system to basically figure out a system that works. I get that, you know. Because on the one hand, you don't want... On the one hand, you don't want to leave people who are more vulnerable, in this case, women and children, to the whims of an unfair justice system. But then at the same time, you kind of have to ask yourself, well, isn't our current justice system quite fucking unfair towards the other side? Like, haven't we gone completely too far to the other side as well? You know? Nerd Booster, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why is the Seal of Virginia a rope swing using a human as a duckboard?
Yes,
What?
sir. Okay, approach. Ms. Myers.
Oh my god, they just took a break and now they're... Oh my fuck. They just took a break, bro. And now they're going again? Proceed, it was another person. I mean, maybe that's what they want to go for, you know? Maybe that's what they want to shoot for. Alright. Now we have to figure out what the fuck do we build, actually. Oh my god, bro. I'm already fucked and I haven't even set up any defenses yet. Zepla just reacted to your Final Fantasy Dungeon video. Good stuff. Oh, shit. Sheriff, really? Holy shit. From in recess, aka poop, time to poop. Dude, this recess is insane. They had a 15 minute or a 10-minute recess. Now they're back, and the second they come back, it's like, approach, Your Honor. It's like, but dude, why didn't you approach during the 10-minute break? I will say, though, courtrooms are not very efficient. At least it doesn't feel like it's very efficient. Did Zepla like it, or did she disagree with it? I'll react to her reaction once it's up on YouTube. In session at that time, the stenographer needed to pee. Oh, for the love of fuck. That just seems useless to me. Dude, I don't know which side is going to have the most people.
All right, yes. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. I'm just trying to get you on the big screen. We're waiting for the jury. Just give us a minute, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Who's this guy now that they're getting in?
Thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next witness.
We called Dr. Kolber.
All right, sir, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would just object that Dr. Culver appears to have a stack of documents right in front of him.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down, and any documents you have, if you could put them away and just testify from your memory, okay, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, your question?
Good morning, Dr. Kolber.
We won't allow papers in this fucking courtroom. Oh, no,
Could you
sir.
please state your full name for the record?
David Allen Colbert.
And what is your profession?
I'm a plastic and hand surgeon.
And how long have you been a plastic and hand surgeon?
Been in practice for 26 years.
Where do you currently work?
At Cedars-Sinai Medical Center.
How long have you worked there?
For the past 26 years.
Do you know the plaintiff in this action, Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I had taken care of him when he had injured his hand.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March of 2015.
And what type of treatment did you provide to Mr. Depp?
He had a fracture of his finger with soft tissue loss, and so we reconstructed his finger.
When did you perform the first surgery on Mr. Depp's finger?
I believe it was around March 20th of 2015.
And what was involved in that surgery, just briefly?
Debriding the vitalized tissue, putting a hypothenar skin graft, restore some of the soft tissue loss that he had, and then also putting a pin in because he had a displaced distal phalanx fracture.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery? I'm sorry, I think the audio cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat your answer?
It was injured and had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
And can you please describe to the jury what a plaster splint would look like?
Fucking explain to me.
It's like a cast, but you don't want to put everything circumferential on it because of swelling after surgery. So, I believe in Mr. Depp's case, it was like the two fingers. I think the third finger was the one that was operated on. So these two fingers, the third and fourth finger, together, and it's a splint with plaster on the top and on the bottom that goes around the hand to protect it.
How mobile was Mr. Depp's hand when it was in that cast?
No, I've not heard of it.
Well, he couldn't move his third and fourth fingers because of the bulkiness of the splint. Typically, post-operatively, it's a more bulkier splint right after the surgery. So it's not very, it gets in the way.
Could Mr. Depp grab someone with that cast on his hand?
He could attempt to grab someone. I don't know how successful he would be. He had his index finger free and his thumb free, but the other fingers were probably not being able to move.
How long was the pin in Mr. Depp's finger?
About 11 or 12 days.
And how was the pin removed?
It was removed under local anesthesia in my office.
How long did you ultimately treat Mr. Depp for his hand injury?
For several months.
And why was that?
It was a bad injury. It required a few more little office procedures to clean up the tissue. He had an infection as a result of the injury, so he had to be on antibiotics for some time until it finally completely healed.
Do you recall when the infection developed?
It was a few weeks after the surgery, and that's when I took out the pin.
When was the last time that you saw Mr. Depp?
Sometime in 2015. I don't recall when.
And when was the last time that you spoke to Mr. Depp?
No, Bruce, thanks for the follow, dude. I really appreciate that.
Around 2015.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Colbert.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Culber. So you said that this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th.
Wait, what the fuck happened? Where's the sound? Did they cut the sound? New to the Twitch scene. Hey, very happy to have you here, bro. Right, so they decided, fuck it. You guys don't need to hear this. Dude, my entire base is about to get fucked. Nerd Booster, I'm very happy to have you here, bro. Rylan, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. How does one...
And regardless of whether Mr. Depp could have grabbed someone with the hand with the cast on, he could have grabbed someone with the hand without the cast on, correct?
Correct.
Michelle, can you pull up Exhibit 400, please? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right.
Permission to publish?
Yes, yes, sir.
Dr. Culber, I'm just going to ask Michelle here to just scroll through these pictures, and I'd ask you to take a look at them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of foundation for these photographs.
They're already in evidence.
With respect to the questions to the witness.
They're in evidence. Thank you.
Michelle, if you could go back up to that, stop right there. Is there anything about the cast that was put on Mr. Depp's hand on March 20th, 2015 that would have prevented him from doing this damage to Ms. Heard's closet on March 23rd, 2015?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, he had his other hand available. So.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Culber, how many fingers were in the plaster portion of Mr. Depp's cast?
The fuck question was that?
I believe 2 or 3, at least 2 were, and the third one and the fourth one.
And why did you...
Dude, this audio is driving me nuts. There we go.
It's not fully, plaster doesn't go around the entire hand because you allow for swelling. So there's plaster to protect the fracture. So there's a little plaster on it, but it's on the top and the bottom, but it's not completely circumferential. So there's soft spots to it.
And where are those soft spots located again?
Usually we put a piece of plaster underneath the fingers and on top, and then the sides of the fingers, it's soft so that the fingers can swell after the surgery.
Could Mr. Depp have hit someone with the hand that had the cast on it?
He could have hit someone with it. It probably would have injured, damaged the cast.
Did you ever notice any damage to Mr. Depp's cast when you treated him after the surgery?
I don't recall. But nothing that comes to mind.
Could Mr. Depp form a fist with the cast on?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Culber.
All right. Thank you, sir. That concludes your testimony. Thank you. All right. Your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Richard Marks, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Marks. Sir, just a reminder that you're... Hold on. Hold on. Just give us a second of the TV. No, sir, you've already... Just a reminder that you're still under oath. Okay, sir? Good morning, sir. Right? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Mr. Marks. You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly remind the jury who you are?
I'm Richard Marks, and I'm a full-time entertainment transactional attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals. And I'm very much distinguished from the other side's expert who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
And are you familiar with the testimony of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes.
Have you been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
Yes.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Well, my opinions are that she's very slick and smooth, but she's not an expert in deal making. Her assessment of damages is built on nothing, and it's wildly speculative.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that it's customary for an actor to renegotiate the fee for a subsequent picture option in a multi-picture contract when a film is successful?
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase in their salary for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not, sir?
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement, it's a multi-picture agreement, and it's the nightmare for people like me. The test is going to take place, let's say, for 10 actors the next morning at 9, and you have to fully negotiate a contract that might cover 4 movies and have it signed before they're allowed to test, so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract. There's no renegotiation. So you've got a contract for a multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and you negotiate the first movie. And normally, if they get the part, they're the chosen one. They're the Stars Born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary, because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies. In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If Warner Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option. But if they did cast her up front, that they had agreed to more than double her salary, like 2.25 times to get to the $1 million. These are large bumps, if you will. If an actor is on a series, say, they go, and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%, not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons that they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
What's the significance of the test part in a test option agreement?
The test significance is that an established actor usually wouldn't test. They'd be offered the role. Ms. Heard was in a group of actors that needed to be tested to see if the studio wanted to hire them, and then if they hired them, they would be locked up for potentially 4 movies at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she gets to $2 million. And Aquaman 3, you get to $4 million. Mm-hmm. These are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
In your experience, what is customary for negotiations of multi-picture deals?
Well, I think what happened in this case was customary for negotiation of multi-picture deals. And by that I mean that you assume success. The reason you go from the first Justice League movie where Miss Heard played Mira the first time, the reason you more than double her salary is you assume success. So you've already built in the bonus that Miss Arnold was referring to, a renegotiation, if you will, for the third movie. Instead of doubling her salary, Miss Arnold said it would only be fair to quadruple her salary. And that's just not the way these idiosyncratic contracts work. They're a very small portion of the contracts we deal with.
How did he spoil the fourth Aquaman? Well,
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2 could have been renegotiated to around $4 million?
I am.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I've said, that would now be after a healthy first payday. It's more than doubled, and now it would be quadrupled. That's not the way it happens. Walter Hamada, who is the president of that part of the studio, said it doesn't happen. They're not going to do it. Miss Arnold, for some substance, says, well, Jason Momoa got to do it, but she doesn't give us any of the details. We know that Jason Momoa was in a movie before the Justice League. He played Aquaman in a movie not with Miss Mira in that movie. So he had a history before the first movie with Amber Heard. He played Aquaman. We don't know what his contract, the state of it was when you got to Aquaman 2, and she says, unsupported, that he renegotiated. We're not sure what he renegotiated to. But I can say that at the end of the option period, when you've only got one option left, and you want that star in more movies, you may renegotiate, but it's not a gratuity. It's, we'll give you more for the last option if you'll give us 3 more options. It's a give and take. And unfortunately, Ms. Arnold didn't give us any of that background or those building blocks. And then I think yesterday she said, and the other actors renegotiated. And again, we don't know their salary history. We don't know their contracts. We don't know anything except she's asking you just to believe her as...
Oh my God, this guy is shooting so many fucking shots, dude.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold's opined that but for the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would have earned $45 million in the last 18 months and then the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to address some of the components of that one by one with you, Mr. Marks. Are you familiar with her testimony that Ms. Heard would continue to make films for approximately $4 million each following Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million. What Ms. Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million, which I disagree with, and I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the $4 million I have a disagreement with. But even if it was at $4 million, or if it was at $2 million, the 4 or 5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects. Every actor has a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy journey. Their lowest quote might be for the independent passion project, where they'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum.
Yeah, she does look angry as fuck on
to
Muslims.
assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at this, her last fantasy quote, would be to assume that those are also those type of movies, playing another character. And Miss Arnold says that Miss Heard's breakout moment, her Star is Born moment, is Christmas 2018. If that's true, and I don't think it's true, those moments don't normally happen to supporting cast, but if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect, if you represented producers, production companies, to flock in to take advantage of this hot
She
star
lying, bro. She
and to
lying.
sign them up. And we have from Christmas 2018 to spring 20, where there is none of this activity. The Star is Born phenomena didn't happen. Miss Heard starred in one series of 8 episodes, and she earned a healthy fee, $200,000 an episode. But that's 5 times less than the million Miss Arnold is tossing out, supposedly based on Jason Momoa's quote. She doesn't prove it or give us facts. And Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor. He's been in a series where they shot 78 episodes, 44 episodes.
Dude, he is
21
handing
episodes.
Amber Heard
He played
her
Conan
ass
the
right now.
Barbarian. He was in Game of Thrones.
Juicy.
It's not a
Objection, Your Honor.
comparable.
I'm unresponsive to.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Marks, we'll get to some of those issues in a moment, but I want to take you back for a second. I believe you testified a few minutes ago that your understanding is that the last option in a multi-picture deal might be renegotiated under some circumstances. Do you have an understanding of whether Aquaman 2 was the last option in Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers?
Oh, no. Aquaman 2 has not even been released, and Warner Brothers has a 4th option for Aquaman 3 or another movie where Mira appears, that character, and they've agreed to double the salary again. So it's in success, and that assumes that they recast and that they make the movie.
Are you aware of Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made several $1 million on endorsement deals, such as the one she had with L'Oreal?
I'm aware of that testimony.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Again, this is a business of personalities. We didn't, after the breakout moment that Miss Arnold talked about, Christmas 2018, we didn't see endorsement deals flocking to Miss Heard during that 16-month period before Adam Waldman made a few statements in the London Daily Mail, I believe it was. We didn't see those endorsements coming to her. We didn't. What Ms. Arnold shows you is these non-comparable actors, they had endorsement deals. But she doesn't show you.
Dude, this guy's literally telling
breakout moment
everyone
why she's
a shit actress without saying it.
What I call uncomparable actors, but she's making the comparison. She's saying, well, they had all these deals, why wouldn't she?
Oh, this is good,
but
bro.
for the statements that happened 16 months later, and I guess my primary question is what happened in the 16 months, even if you believe 3 statements in the Daily Mail are the stake through the heart of this Stars Born moment.
Do you have an opinion about Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made $1 million an episode in a couple of streaming series following her A Star is Born moment?
Yes, I heard it. I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
Well, after Aquaman 1, this is a major coup. Amber Heard got that role She tested for it. She could have been the other 19 actresses or 10 or whoever else tested, didn't get it. She got the role, and she got her salary doubled for Aquaman 1 to $1 million. Now, Ms. Arnold wants you to believe that that $1 million would translate into, she'd get that for each episode of a series. We know what she got for a series. She got a series in that period after Christmas 2018, before spring of 2020. She got a series. It was 8 episodes, and it was $200,000 an episode. And Miss Arnold is from somewhere in a glib way saying she got a couple series and $1 million each. And I can tell you, as someone in the trenches, rarely does an actor get $1 million for a series episode. And again, in those 16 months, there were no offers for series at $1 million an episode. In fact, her only series is the $200,000. And if you look at her resume, the series that Miss Heard were in, I think the longest one ran 8 episodes. Jason Momoa, if you were to believe Miss Arnold, and somehow Jason Momoa's agent broke their confidentiality in the agreement, and he had a series at $1 million an episode, if you're to believe that, Jason Momoa has had a series with 78 episodes, with 44 episodes, with 21 episodes, with 18 episodes, with 21 episodes. He was in, again, there's not a comparableness there.
We spoke a few minutes ago about the test option agreement. What's the significance of the option part of that agreement?
The option part of the agreement gives the employer, the studio, the option. They don't have to do anything. They have an option to either employ you at a very healthy salary to play this role or not. They can recast the superhero role. You just have to think of how many actors have played Batman or Superman. They can do what they want. And indeed, since there's no contract, they only have a choice to exercise their option or not. They might say, we're not exercising unless you reduce your compensation. Who knows what the negotiation would be? But it's not a contract until the studio exercises the option, and they don't have to.
What's the alternative to an option agreement?
Well, the alternative is most agreements in Hollywood, you're hired to play the role. Or once you exercise the option, then it becomes, for that picture, an agreement like others in Hollywood. You are now hired to play that role. So most contracts are guaranteed. You're hired to play the role. In an option agreement, once they exercise the option,
apparently you have to explain fucking
it
everything,
becomes
bro.
a guaranteed contract.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard was released from her Aquaman 2 contract and then subsequently rehired?
I heard that testimony.
Is that consistent with your experience in the film industry in connection with these multi-option contracts?
No.
Why not?
Again, studios don't do things they don't have to do. As we heard Mr. Hamada, the president of the studio, say, you either exercise your option or you don't. They exercise their option. He denied releasing and then rehiring, and in my experience, in almost 5 decades in the business, doing this type of work, not talking about it, not consulting. I mean, I have, I heard Ms. Arnold say she'd been an expert 100 times. I'm a transactional lawyer. I do this occasionally.
He's a fucking lawyer? Wow.
Basically,
all right.
It's not a contract till they option it, and they pick up their option, and at that point, It's a guaranteed contract, and then different rules apply to it.
In your experience in the industry, do studios typically comment on those types of actions that they're taking with respect to options?
No, just like Mr. Hamada said, they don't need to comment on it. They either exercise the option or they don't. In Hollywood, silence is the default. You play no card before it's time. And the cards there were exercise the option or not. And I was surprised by Mr. Hamada under oath basically saying that there was this discussion of chemistry. That
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think it was an in-court statement this morning, I believe, Your Honor. That's fine.
It's the same hearsay that you were...
Wait, hearsay, but
I mean, it's
they
hearsay.
said it? What the fuck?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I didn't hear.
Go ahead, sir.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr. Brooks.
I was surprised to hear Mr. Hamada say that they talked about chemistry. That would normally be behind closed doors because it can't help your relationship with the actor. You're either going to exercise or not. And that was quite a bit of candor from someone at his level. And so, therefore, I take it at face value. I think he felt that he was under oath and he was telling the truth, but it wouldn't
Objection,
be...
Your Honor, is...
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Marks, are there circumstances where a studio would be more likely to say something about not using an actor again in a franchise?
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
Once they've exercised the option, once the contract is guaranteed, the studio still has the right to pay the actor but not play them, pay or play them. And that is a rare condition because you've hired the actor, you've got to pay them, but you say, go home, we're recasting. In that situation, after you've exercised the option and the contract is guaranteed, if you pay off the actor, that's normally commented on. That becomes a bit of information because it's not normal.
Is that circumstance different from Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers for the Aquaman movies?
Oh, yeah. Ms. Heard's contract, again, it was just an option. Either we exercise it or we don't. And if we exercise it, she's in the film. If we don't, she's not. Until we exercise it, we have our right to recast or not make the movie. And even after we exercise it, we'd still have a right to recast and not make the movie. We just have to pay her salary.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables for Ms. Heard?
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor,
comparable.
hearsay.
What do you
I
mean?
believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court earlier this week.
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
Or you can cross-examine, overrule.
Ooh.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Brooks.
Again, they are not comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman. Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name.
This guy is ranking
Ana de
her.
Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout, it was as a nude poster. She's been an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now, Ms. Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She just she set him up as a comparable and then said what...
Don't we all, Massey? Don't we fucking all?
But she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing. But we could see, if you know the business...
Objection, Your Honor.
That he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You were just speaking about Mr. Momoa as a comparable. Are you aware that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience who was able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's your response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Miss Heard. He was Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in. He played Aquaman, not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up, something to build on, which, if she was a negotiator in the trench, the studio negotiator would say, okay, so show us. Where's the comps? Let's talk numbers, because ultimately that's what we have to get to, not just because you say it so. We just don't believe you. You've got to show us.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the negotiation of the terms of a film agreement with an actor?
Well, first it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another. But for deal makers and negotiators, the best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings, precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million, obviously he has another price for that movie. But the best predictor of future earnings is past earnings. And I didn't see any Miss Arnold talk about past earnings.
You think they would do that, Apocalypse?
Except the earnings in this rarefied superhero 4-picture deal, where instead of incremental increases, which you normally see, it was multiples increases. And then when you get on a series, the big renegotiation was when the network has no more options. Until then, the actors on the series get 5, 10, 15 small percentage raises. They don't get multiples. They get the multiples if it's a success and the studio wants to continue making the series and they want to keep these characters. That's when the renegotiation happens. Here, even if we believe Ms. Arnold, after Aquaman 2, there was still an option waiting at a big price, double the previous payday.
What's the significance of the timing of the Waldman statements to the opportunities Ms. Arnold claims Ms. Heard lost?
Well, the argument, as I understand it, is that Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard lost all these opportunities because of those losses were caused by Adam Waldman's statements 16 months later. So I think the timing.
Sure.
Oh my God, I'm getting fucked. This guy takes no shits, dude. Like, he's just ripping into them. He really is just fucking ripping into them. chatting with the guards too. Like, dude, what this guy is literally doing here is he's saying in the nicest possible way, she's a shit actress. Like, just, yeah, fuck it. She's crap. Who gives a shit?
Mr. Marks, what's your overall assessment of Ms. Arnold's opinions in this case?
My overall assessment of her opinions is that they're not worth the paper they're not written on. She knows something about our business, but not about negotiating deals. She may have gotten someone at the Endeavor office to breach confidentiality, but she never laid out the building blocks.
Excuse me, there's an objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marks. Thank you. Beyond the scope.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about Ms. Arnold's opinions, please?
My opinion, as someone who's made deals as a deal maker for almost 50 years, is that she calls herself an expert, but she's not. She doesn't have the background, she doesn't have the day-to-day knowledge, and her testimony that I heard did not back up her bottom line. If you want to get those figures, you have to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces. It does not hold up under scrutiny by someone who makes deals.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
And 0 fucks were given, bro. That's literally what this is. No, I fucked up.
Good morning, Mr. Marks.
Good morning.
So you agree that studios use comps to negotiate deals, correct, with actors?
Sometimes they do.
And you have an issue with the comps that Ms. Arnold used, correct? As you testified to.
I have an issue with the comps that she says she used that she didn't disclose.
The comps being the actors that you just talked about. She did disclose, she disclosed the actors.
She disclosed the actors and budget figures from their movies. She never disclosed their salaries and salary history as comps.
You're not offering a different set of comparators that should be used, correct?
I'm saying if you are going to...
That's not my question. Are you offering a different set of comparators than what Ms. Arnold used?
I'm not here offering comparators. I'm saying what she offered are not comparators.
That was my question. You're not offering comparators, correct?
No, I would say that Ms. Heard's comparisons are where you look.
That was my question. Motion to strike after the...
All right, we'll strike.
I asked my question, now fuck off. Stop answering, please.
Hey,
Be quiet.
You're a deal maker, correct?
Yes.
What actors have you negotiated for in superhero movies?
Well, recently I've negotiated for Chris Pratt in a superhero series for Amazon. I've negotiated a deal for Michael Douglas, not in a superhero movie, but a historical movie. I've negotiated recently a deal for Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell on an Apple series. Billy Crudup on an Apple series. Those are the recent talent deals.
What actors have you negotiated for in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I can't remember a superhero movie that I've negotiated. I've certainly negotiated over my career franchise movies and fantasy movies.
Your Honor, so it's no, you haven't negotiated with for any actors for superhero movies, correct?
So you would define like, I don't know, Jungle Book isn't a superhero movie. It's more of a fantasy.
Okay, so no, correct. Your answer is no.
All right. So as I sit here, I can't think of a Marvel type superhero movie that I've negotiated, although I know there's one or two in there.
Now, you testified and you agree that Mr. Momoa negotiated his multi-picture contract for
Yeah,
Aquaman
huge
2,
spoilers,
correct?
actually.
I heard Mr. Hamada say there was a renegotiation, but no facts were pro-offered, such as he didn't have an option. His options were out, what he was earning and what he renegotiated to, and he is Aquaman Man. So yes, I did hear there was a renegotiation.
And you understand that his salary went from $3 to $4 million to $15 million.
If you tell me that, I haven't seen his contract and I haven't heard any testimony under oath that that's where the leap was.
Now, Ms. Heard's contract.
Did he get more?
Ms.
Did they
Heard-
get more options for when
Ms.
they made
Heard-
that leap? Did they get more options?
Ms. Heard's contract was a talent option contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that for the if there's an Aquaman 3, Ms. Heard would have an option to receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
And if they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Would you agree that the money Amber was making on Aquaman 2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
Dude, this
I
thing's
would
bugged.
think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies, but not necessarily studio movies that aren't superheroes. That could be standalone. That could be other type of studio movies.
But for studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
Bugged, I can't move.
If I was Miss Heard's agent, that's where I would start. Assuming everything was equal, the budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things being equal.
You agree that Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Ms. Heard, wasn't it?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Ms. Heard, correct?
For her, it's a breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble. Absolutely.
And she was the female star of that movie, correct?
I believe so.
You would agree that for all of the actors Ms. Arnold listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
She didn't give us the raw materials to look at, but I'll take your word that all those unrelated actors in unrelated films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up. As did Miss Arnold's when she went from 1 to 2.
In your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
But a female star in a breakthrough movie in a superhero movie, can you identify any actress who's not gotten another studio movie after that?
Well, after Miss Heard's breakthrough in 2018, she did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already, she already had the option for Aquaman 2,
all right,
correct?
so she did. Miss Heard did not get any movies after 2018, long before the Adam Waldman statements.
Other than Ms. Heard, can you identify any actor or actress who's not gotten another studio movie after their breakthrough in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to research that, and I can't. That would be a normal thing.
And you're not providing an alternative number for Ms. Heard's damages, correct, for the jury?
Correct. I'm not providing an alternative number. I think she's been more than adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been provided another number.
But she is being off.
That's all. I mean, my question was, you're not providing another.
This lawyer should have interrupted her way sooner.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer to the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
All right. No further questions.
Feels bad, man.
Redirect.
The judge is not going to do what he wants her to do. Sad, man. Sad.
Mr. Marks, in response to some questions from Mr. Nadehaft, you were discussing some franchise and fantasy movie agreements that you've negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done, but I negotiated all the contracts for Pinocchio, if you will, that was produced. Is Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie? Yeah, and by the way, I may have negotiated contracts, and ultimately the film wasn't made, but as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others, but there isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhaft's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for a streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
I believe they have, but don't quote me because, that's not my genre.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You can, you're free to stay in the courtroom or you can leave, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Your next witness.
Can't tell if that was a win or a loss.
Michael Spindler.
Michael Spindler. You've testified previously, correct, Mr. Spindler? All right. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Michael Spindler. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications. I'm with B. Riley Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Walden?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
All right.
These guys object a lot. Almost too much. Almost too fucking much, dude. Yeah, I'm about to lose. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm about to lose. They just want to win at any cost, knowing they already lost the case. I mean, it does feel like they're basically just trying to make shit up at this point, you know? Like, really just trying anything.
Thanks, Mr. Spindler. Now, you indicated that you had listened to Ms. Arnold, and she testified on behalf of Ms. Heard relative to economic damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported, and it is unreasonable.
There were multiple elements to that analysis.
Notice how you doing.
Both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Okay, well, first of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from. And she still, to some extent, appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right. What is the type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well, I think, and as you heard from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a basis for anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked at Ms. Heard's prior compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013 through 2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis that's anchored in fact. I don't believe that Ms. Arnold has done that in her analysis. So here we've got some actual data, we've got some historical compensation, and as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis for future anticipated earnings. In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold herself said that she had hoped to be able to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
All right. Were there any years in particular that you focused on in your analysis as to
Let's
Ms.
take a break
Arnold's
from the game. Fuck it.
In terms of the historical compensation?
Yes.
Well, for 2013 through 2019
Things are getting spicy,
in total,
bro.
her compensation was around $10 million for all those years combined.
It's called
in
Lost
2019, the last
Lord,
of those years,
Alpen,
her
Lost
compensation was somewhere between about $2.6 million and $3 million. Now, that's a good year. That's known as a clean year.
What do you mean by a clean year?
For example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film.
Mm-hmm.
So in
Was it, though?
2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success, and you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Walden statements that occurred in April of 2020. So 2019 is clean of all that.
What did you understand Ms. Arnold's methodology to be?
Her methodology initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified, and theoretically, the compensation that they earned, although she doesn't identify what that compensation is or provide any support for it or any calculations.
What is your opinion of that methodology from an accounting perspective?
That methodology was unsound. It's just unsupported. There are no numbers. There's no data that she provided and support for that.
Jesus, this guy's ripping her a new one.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages, although it's still a little bit unclear to me, a little bit vague. But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
All right. With respect to the television series portion of her analysis, what do you understand that methodology to be?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
This fucking dude, what is he objecting to? You guys made a bunch of fucking statements saying that, hey, you know what? We got this, fam. We were about to make bank, and then this shit happened. Now we're not making bank. Now you're asking the fucking guy, listen here, do you think that they were about to make bank, like millions of dollars? And the guy's like, well, no, they didn't provide any evidence. So any sort of like fucking calculation to show that you were going to make bank. And he's like, objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Your Honor, I don't like the questions he's asking. It makes my client look bad. That's pretty much the only thing he could object to here. It's the only thing he could say is, Your Honor, he's making my client look bad. Like, I can't allow that to stand. Fuck. Objection, Your Honor. It's devastating to my case. Yeah, Alicia, pretty much. Going wife, Peter, Your Honor, I don't want this new asshole this guy's giving me. I wonder, the judge looks as if she's against JD's lawyer on this one, so she's ruling in favor of. The kid's asking mom to have the 3rd child to hand over the cookie. I wonder what potentially... Dude, why does Johnny Depp not have any sort of interesting fucking witnesses? You know, like the crazy people that Amber Heard has put up. Like that doctor yesterday, he was fucking gold, man. His attorneys are smarter. Maybe, but I mean, it would have been far more entertaining if they had some proper fucking loony people up there like that Dr. Spiegel. Fucking Schmiegel, brother. Your finds made? Because why would Johnny surround himself with crazy? I mean, he dated he was married to Amber Heard. So ask that question in video. Oh no, that dude made me laugh like crazy. Dude, that Dr. Spiegel was a fucking character. I watched it last night after my power eventually came back on. I watched his testimony. It was funny as shit, dude. What the fuck was that guy doing with his mouth the whole time? Like, he had duck lips the whole way through. Just sitting there with fucking duck lips. And then just started, I don't know, chewing on air for no reason other than just, I guess, to do it. Getting asked questions and he looks at the judge. He's like, should I answer that question? As if, Judge, can you, like, object on my behalf? I don't want to answer that. It's from a dungeon? Maybe. I don't even know at this point, dude.
The earnings from television shows. Did you analyze what historical earning Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes. During 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a television series at $200,000 per episode.
All right. What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right. With respect to her movie roles, what were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a four-picture
that's perfectly fine.
deal. The first film was $450,000. Then the first Aquaman was $1 million base fee.
That's a lot of money.
Then $2 million for Aquaman 2, and presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Okay. Why do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts. You want it to have a sound methodology, and you want to come up with a reasonable result. So if you take a look at, for example, the analysis that Ms. Arnold did, it didn't appear to be...
Let's just look at the analysis that you're doing. What you said, I think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
Because that provides a sound basis for coming up with something with reasonable certainty. There's AICPA, or American Institute of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty. And those are the basic elements of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Wow, this guy, oh my God, this guy just basically said, look, she's basically making as much money as she fucking can. Shut the fuck up. Like, she didn't lose shit. She rich bitch.
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions that may refer to the statements in Amber's counterclaim against Mr. Depp. When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can both be on the same page what I'm referring to when I say that?
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
I'm sorry, there's an objection, sir. If you hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
Oh my God. So many approaching. Like, they should just do a speed trial, bro. Just speed trial the fuck out of these things. I don't know. She was sold a projected estimate because she went with an agent who dealt in promises, not reality. Yeah, basically, I guess, because right now, what's happening here is, I think we're dealing with Amber Heard's counterclaim. So Amber Heard is effectively saying that she lost just as much as Johnny did as a result of this court case. And I think what they're trying to say is that you didn't lose jack shit. You had no endorsements. You already got fucking paid for
so,
the
Mr.
movie.
Spindler, when I
shut
refer
the
to
fuck
the
up.
Depp-Waldman statements, you understand me to be referring to the statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide a rebuttal opinion to Ms. Arnold's, part of Ms. Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You're not providing an opinion on whether Ms. Heard saw Mr. Depp, correct?
That is true.
You're not offering an opinion as to what any of the underlying facts relating to whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
You're not offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that you want your analysis to be accurate in the facts, right?
Anchored in facts.
Anchored in facts. You'd agree that what an actor earns in one period isn't necessarily reflective of what he or she may earn in future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there can be some variability.
An increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was speaking, I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in one period may not be reflective of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
The number of roles or the particular project itself, yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income. Correct?
She's not getting
Correct.
better roles.
And the same is true for an endorsement.
Fucking act.
As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
It can.
So
It depends.
what Ms. Heard earned from, say, 2013 to 2019 that you testified to isn't necessarily reflective of what she might earn over the next 5 years, correct?
Not necessarily. It is a good indicator, though.
And you'd agree that from 2013 to 2019, in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings from 2013 through 2019.
And you'd agree that that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes.
Now, you're not a causation expert, right? You're just a damages expert?
That's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements, correct?
Yeah, I've not done those calculations.
And you don't have an opinion about whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
That was not part of my work.
I love the
And
rain.
you don't have an opinion on
Which
the
case,
impact
Stephen?
of additional exposure or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct. I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
You've never served as an expert witness before to calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified thereto.
And there's never been an instance in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation against an actress, correct?
Correct.
And you're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
You're correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach
No
her?
further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Man, this guy asks a lot of shit. Should I eat grilled chicken salad or should I eat raviolis? Raviolis, I think.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spindler. You can have a seat in the courtroom, or
Thank
you
you,
are free to
everyone.
go. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Doug Banya, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you
Can
spell
we-
last name for me? I'm sorry.
Bania.
Can we get someone good on the fucking stand now? For the love of God. I want someone that just, because both of these last two ripped Amber apart without ripping her apart. Now I want someone to go for the jugular, bro. Like, she's already bleeding, but we need someone to go for the throat. Just fucking slam it in there and be like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. It's over. So, stop with your bullshit. I wonder who this new guy is.
So you can. So just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya. I am from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants based in San Diego.
Alex, there's a new Rush video up or upping now.
Support in infringement and defamation cases, as I'm doing today. And I use internet and social media analytics in both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes.
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
Yes, I was.
Have you formed opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold?
I have.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of a correlation between the Waldman statements and the hashtags and the spikes of those hashtags on Twitter. Second, based on my internet and social media analytics investigation, I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Ms. Arnold came up with are not comparable with Ms. Heard. And then thirdly, Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing any economic harm to Ms. Heard.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit. You're familiar with the testimony of Mr. Schnell that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2018 and June 2021?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those particular 2.7 million tweets?
Yeah, so essentially Mr. Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from Justice for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard
Justice for Johnny, bro!
Amber Turd, and the hashtag We Just Don't Like You, Amber.
He fucking
So
said it.
then he used
Amber
those
Turd.
hashtags.
Easy.
And he searched through using the Twitter API, searched
Oh,
through
great
various
moment.
tweets, and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those tweets?
Yes, I was given that exact the data that Mr. Schnell used on a hard drive. So yes, I dug into that data as well.
And what was the purpose of your analysis?
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue of the case today at this point is, were these tweets, did they contain the Waldman statements? That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones, and if any, contain the Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is a UK tabloid, and Mr. Arnold was quoted in three of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and on June 24th, 2020. And my understanding that those quotes, sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are the only remaining in this case.
Did you analyze the timing of the tweets that we were talking about as compared to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Mm-hmm. Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
Dude, Amber does not look happy. Amber does not look happy. What's interesting to me is that the camera almost never focuses on Amber Heard. Like the whole fucking case through. The camera will sometimes pan a little bit to Amber Heard, but then immediately back to Johnny Depp. Well, she is Amber Heard. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Dude, it must be rough seeing your entire fucking career, before it even began, go up in fucking smoke.
So 1293 will just be marked for identification as demonstrative and can be published to the jury.
Carham, lol.
Mr. Vanya, can you explain to the jury what this demonstrative shows?
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing. This is the summary data. There are tweets that are running from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the
Imagine
four
Amber Heard
hashtags
starts
that
an
I discussed.
OnlyFans.
Whenever I get an assignment such as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral online, where there's economic damages involved and there's a lot of data involved, I like to take the data and I like to do a 30,000-foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements. So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period. So really, these are just observations, and for me, there were red flags that I made note of, and then I just continued with my analysis.
What other work have you performed in connection with forming your opinions about the purportedly negative tweets?
Yeah, so now I realize that 35% are irrelevant and 2%, only happened during this important period. I just continue to dig into the 2.79 million tweets that Mr. Schnell provided.
And Tom, can we take that one down? And Mr. Vanya, have you prepared another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Yes.
Give us something good. Give us all the information, bro. Like, all of it.
Okay, we'll just see if he has an objection.
True, Olgrim?
I'll give you time to look at it, sir.
NVIDIA, you're not alone. I did not fucking know in 2018 that there was anything going on between Todd and Dave. Like, nothing. I genuinely didn't even know that this stuff was going on.
Microphone, sorry.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay. All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1294 will be marked for identification as a demonstrative and will be published to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Vanya, can you explain what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, this is showing the various spikes as it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Schnell testified about. This is actually a demonstrative that he used in his testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. I don't know if you remember his testimony or any of his demonstratives. The other three hashtags did spike at the same time, but a very small spike. So what I'm showing you here are the 6 top spikes in Mr. Schnell's analysis. And what's important here again is the very first spike and the largest spike again.
Oh my God, that's so far
happened
back.
Before the Waldman statements. So what I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements. So this number 1 spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior to the Waldman statements. So it's irrelevant to the case. And then the second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here this is the time in which the Waldman statements happened. And you're going to notice, as we discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very interesting for such a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm. There's no spikes in this area. And actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here, and then the third one came out in June. There's actually a downward use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates to the Waldman statements and any spikes here as it relates to the hashtags Mr. Schnell chose.
Just read this.
Did you analyze each of the spikes that are depicted here?
Yeah, so what I did is I looked at the 6 different spikes, and you're going to notice that each spike represents a month. So the second spike, is July of 2020, and so on to the 6th spike going to April 2021. And what I did is, I don't know if you remember my last testimony when I went into Google search, and I'm able to go into Google search. I went in and I typed in Amber Heard. And then after you hit search, you can use the tool and you can go back in time. And I chose each 6 of these dates to go back in time to see what was the media talking about back then. What was the general public being fed as it relates to Amber Heard back during those spikes. And what I found is none of them. Well, actually, I analyzed the top 3 search results because they represent 50 to 70% of what people click on. And I realized that none of them had anything to do with the Waldman statements.
Are you aware of Mr.
Oh my
Schnell's
God, her
testimony
entire
that the
case
tweets
is just coming
using the 4
crashing down?
hashtags he looked at were mathematically correlated?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So what Mr. Schnell is saying, which is irrelevant to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose, they tend to go up and down together. And that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation analysis he did had to do with.
How do you know that the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
Can I clear this about all? No. Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I know because that would happen right here. If when Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here. And then you would see maybe a little noise down here, and then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike. That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements and this hashtag use. And then I've actually provided evidence that there's no correlation because I analyze each of these spikes and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Oh,
is mathematical correlation the same as causation?
No.
This
Why not?
is harsh, huh?
I mean, correlation is simply a relationship between 2 or more variables or 2 or more things. In this case, the correlation question is, when the Waldman statements were published, at the same time, did you see a correlation with spikes in these hashtags? And again, can we clear this? You see none of that right here. It's actually a downward trend. There's no spikes. There's no correlation. So, again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of any correlation.
What correlation opinion did he provide during his testimony?
Well, he provided the correlation that the 4 hashtags, spike together. But again, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements, and the facts that they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the case because the case is about the Waldman statements.
So what is causation then?
So causation is where one thing causes a change in the other. So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard to have economic harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career? And again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of this. Ms. Arnold provided no evidence of this. And as a matter of fact, during Ms. Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was. You know, she was asked, do you know the difference between causation and correlation? And she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words. You know, when it comes to damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating damages. You know, so there is no causation that's proven here. Therefore, a damages analysis is not appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion that he agreed with?
Well, he agreed that he failed to link the spikes in the hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman statements.
Did he try to do that?
He tried to do that. But again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman and looking at the word Waldmanian and then trying to say that 25% of the tweets included those two terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
We can, I think, take that one down, please, Tom. Mr. Banya, what other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony?
Again, the assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweet, so I continued to dig in, to the data. I believe the next step is, now that I've excluded, the 35% that was before the Waldman statements because they were irrelevant, I wanted to really analyze from the April 2020 forward to see if any of those tweets, contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects that analysis that you did?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Bro, I'm pretty sure this guy is just setting fucking torch to Amber's entire case. But as things stand right now, obviously there's going to be cross-examination still, but...
Any objections, sir?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right.
As things
We'll mark it
stand
for
right now, it's like,
as plaintiff's
yeah, fuck your case, bro.
1295 as demonstrative and published to the jury.
No, disaggregating happened.
So, Mr. Banya, did you consider the content of the statements made by Waldman as part of the work that you did?
Yes. Yeah, so here I reviewed the Waldman statements again, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to determine what, if any, tweets included the Waldman statements. So what I went back to the Waldman statements, and I came up with key terms and key themes for those Waldman statements, which are listed here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with a 1.2 million tweets because we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements
really appreciate that.
Started. And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three.
Just look at this. Amber Heard is an abuser. We just don't like you, Amber. That is so fucking brilliant.
Phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms, which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. It was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweets, likes, or shares. So therefore, I eliminated any of those, and it came down with 95 unique tweets. And then what I did from there is I analyzed those to determine if any of these terms were in there, and I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
Oh,
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And, because I am rebutting Ms. Arnold, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags. Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back and admitted, no, none of these tweets have anything to do with the Waldman statements. They don't include the Waldman statements. These hashtags are only hashtags that Schnell, in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Ms. Heard.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter?
What the fuck?
He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic. I don't know if you want to break now or push.
All right, it's going to be a little while, I assume?
A little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
All right. I mean, not gonna lie, this guy effectively just fucking torched Amber Heard's case. His witness, he is actively rebutting the counter-expert of Amber's side. Yeah, so basically, for anyone that isn't aware of what's going on here, Amber Heard alleged, right, this is what her expert said, that there were 2.7 million tweets, all of them part of her defamation countersuit to Johnny's defamation suit, right? And those 2.7 million tweets were the ones that effectively fucked her and caused her to lose money. The tweets, according to her, were related to the Waldman statements. Waldman, from what I could gather in the trial, was an attorney at some point for, I think, Johnny, but it may not have been. And he made statements where he effectively claimed that this was a hoax, it was a joke, it clearly wasn't actually true, whatever the case might be, right? Now, Amber Heard has this weird fucking thing going on where she is effectively suing Johnny Depp for statements made by Waldman. He's either attorney at some point or friend that was also an attorney or some shit like that. But she's suing Johnny for those statements, claiming that he was working for Johnny at the time. Now, this morning, Johnny's attorneys effectively tried to make the case that, listen here, just because you're subcontracted to do something doesn't make you an employee. You're a subcontractor, which means your employer can't be held responsible for shit that you say or shit that you tweet, for example. So that Amber Heard's entire case relies on the Waldman statements costing her money. So she lost money because of the Waldman statements. And then, of course, she needs to try and prove that Waldman made these statements because of Johnny Depp. Now, this guy effectively just torched their entire case. Because they're claiming the 2.7 million tweets was about Waldman statements and that was the cause for Amber Heard losing her roles and losing potential roles and all the rest of it. This guy just came in and said, well, actually, of the 2.7 million tweets, 35% of them happened before the Waldman statements, so they don't fucking count. The rest of those that is actually within the period after or during or after the Waldman statements, of those, only 95 of those had anything actually to do with, quote unquote, the case, were original tweets about the case. And of the 95, only 5 were actually, shall we say, about the Waldman statements. So only 5 of those were about the Waldman statements. The rest of the 90 others doesn't matter at all. Do you see the name of lore, though? I have no idea what you're talking about, Disciple Gaming. Like, genuinely no idea. It's great as well. No, I've not looked at any of that stuff yet. Contract should have indemnity insurance. Her image was damaged, which caused her to lose work and other financial incentives. Yeah. But right now, I don't see how she's proving it. Not with the witnesses that they've put up, at least. So it appeared the population had no clue on the Waldman thing. I wouldn't say that the population had no clue about the Waldman thing. It could just be that people didn't really care, right? So they saw the Waldman statements, and it was just not something that they cared about. They didn't believe it anyway, so who gives a fuck, right? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, you know? Maybe they still have some evidence somewhere hidden away that can prove that this is not all bullshit. Who knows, right? I have no idea. How long do they usually break for lunch, though? Do we know? Yeah, hashtag we just don't like you, Amber. Best thing I've ever fucking read in my life, dude. The reason it was so great for me is because she had to read that, right? That's up on the monitor where she's sitting. So she's seeing those tweets. Hashtag we just don't like you, Amber. Wow, lunch is 3 hours? Dude, it must be fun to work in the... No, this isn't 3 hours. It's going to be like what? Can't just be 3 minutes. All the evidence I've seen, she lost roles and income because of her own actions, not because of defamation. My opinion on it, as someone that obviously my extent of working within the industry is 4 years of studies, in which one of our classes was actually decorum within the industry. So how do you approach the industry? How do you have to how do you have to handle yourself? Coincidentally, there is the ability to gain fame by being the quote-unquote bad guy, right? So by being a bad boy, getting your name out there, that can also get you famous. But the second you become a problem, so the second you become so disliked within the within the sort of general population, you become nuclear. No one wants to touch you because if they don't like you, they're not going to come watch your movies, right? So your movies and your series are just going to fall flat. I can believe that Amber Heard's entire thing fell apart because of her general attitude. As more and more people started to become convinced that she is lying, as she stuck to the lies, I think, yeah. Wait, let's quickly see here.
Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go and have a seat next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
How's that? What? She didn't even go back to her attorneys.
Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition?
It'll be by deposition.
Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back then.
Oh, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense, actually. Like, you're not actually allowed to leave. Like, well, allowed would probably, but yeah, decorum within the courtroom means you stand whenever the judge walks in, most likely stand whenever the judge walks out, and you wait for the judge to leave, right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Yeah, we watched the psychiatrist up until the point my power went out. At that point, we couldn't keep watching. But after, when my power came back on, I watched it again. Just because that guy was gold, bro. One of the reasons I'm so triggered with Johnny's fucking, with Johnny's team is that they seem too competent, in my opinion. Because they're not providing us with any sort of fun witnesses that gives us laughs. You know, and as I would prefer to have a good time here, you know. Like, his witnesses are definitely providing some fun. Wait, what?
Contractor. Again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation.
Yeah, Jesus.
As outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an...
We're going to pause quickly so that I can go piss, and then we can keep going. We'll take a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes, and then we'll be back, right? Was this yet? Oh, this was earlier today, actually. This was earlier today. It's fine. We can watch it. We can watch it as soon as we get back. All right. The team wants to take it serious. They don't want to take chances for laughs, dude. But you would think Amber Heard's team would want to take it serious as well, right? No. Or are they just they're in this for the entertainment value? Anyways, I'll be right back, guys. Let me just quickly go to the bathroom. All right, there we go. You see, I didn't know how to get where I was to kill him. Just fucking live this. Go watch it. Pretty sure those things are copyright strikes. Disciple Gaming. Don't be suspicious, no chat. Why is the judge doing alien meme pictures? Is she? Yeah, you can't really fuck around with anything from the movie industry, bro. Like, the movie industry does not allow any sort of fucking around. At all. Lack of funny witnesses on Johnny's side, Akko. You missed the 3 security team witnesses. That was hilarious. I mean, we missed a lot, actually. We missed a lot about the Heard fucking Depp trial, you know? You can remember if I had seen Mr. Depp's penis? Oh my god, we should have been on this trial from the beginning. Should have been on this trial much sooner. Dude, I fucking hate the fact that I'm getting completely wrecked here. This is again going to be a horrible one. Alex earlier? Yeah, but I'm not always interested in this shit. But I should probably be. I knew it was over when I heard Amber yelling at him that nobody would believe him. So he'd stick a fork in it. I just still find it so weird that they were recording each other. Lack of narrative director for the Aqua franchise. Too much content missed. I mean, you could definitely make that argument, I think. You could definitely make that argument. The hell is this? I wonder if there's a way to increase my... probably not, right? Probably fucking not. Shit, this is a lot of momentum crap. Because their narrative sucks? Dude, I just enjoy the fact that so many people dislike Amber Heard. It's so funny to me. God, what a stupid fucking hell. Dude, I have the worst weapons in the world on my champions. Like, the 100% the worst weapons in the world. Sure, video was funny. I'll check it out in a minute. Arctic Blast. Holy Jesus. All right. Thank you. Like, my theory is pretty solid, bro. I'm telling you. It fits Steve's writing. I know. Not hard still. We could get Blizzard to recap the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial by putting it in a book. Dude, don't even fucking joke. You know that Blizzard is actually putting, Blizzard is actually moving Diablo books as well now. So don't even fucking joke about that, bro. It's very clear that Blizzard does not give a fuck. Yeah, Blizzard is engaging with oh, for fuck's sake. Are you serious right now? It's gonna move me? I don't want to be moved. Oh my lord. Dude, this is bullshit. Oh, never mind. That works. You called it? Oh, I can prove it to you guys if you want to see. So let's go Wowhead. There you go. Here you go. Shiny Emerald. How you doing, brother? Upcoming Diablo book adds author list, updated cover art. So, yeah. Blizzard is effectively, it seems like, moving every single one of their franchises into books as well. You say, more books, everyone? No more books. Yeah, pretty much. So the issue that I have with this is they already treat Diablo's story as like a fucking stepchild, dude. And all this is going to allow them, it's basically going to allow them to take the new Diablo game and make the story similar to what you get in a lot of modern day ARPGs. So I would say the story is probably going to be very similar to something like Path of Exile. Path of Exile has amazing gameplay, and that's why a lot of people love it. Path of Exile's story is pretty fucking meh. Right? Want to put story in books, but also I'll fucking do it again. Good. Been watching the trial a lot the past 5 weeks. Shiny Emerald, we've been watching it for the last 2 days quite heavily here. Which game would make sense? In Overwatch, books would absolutely 100% make sense. Because Overwatch is not really a game geared towards telling a story within the game, right? It's a first-person shooter. It's a competitive shooter. So no one would really give a shit about the story being in the books for those people that actually care about the Overwatch universe. In Diablo, do you need the story of Diablo in a book? No, Thorberg, I think the lore in Path of Exile is actually pretty cool. I'm talking about the physical story. The story is not great. At least it's not told very great. Camille Vasquez cross Amber. It was brutal, beautifully done. Oh, that Camille Vasquez is like fucking very good. By the way, also, you guys were lying to me yesterday. She ain't married. Like, it's rumored that she's dating like a British real estate guy. I hate the fact that this is happening because it means that they're going to take Diablo 4. They're going to basically treat the lore as they did with Diablo 3, which is a stepchild. The story isn't important. We want you to get to max level so you can start doing the same shit over and 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 over again. Wild Turkey, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. It's annoying to me. don't forget Overwatch meant to be, or what was left of the project that was called Titan. Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't change anything, right? It's just, yeah, I'm just so sick and tired of this. When is enough enough? Like, at what point do you just go, well, you know, I think we've made enough money. We can probably chill a bit. We don't have to make all the money in the world. Our games will sell fine. We can put the story in the game. It'll probably help the game sell better. Because I can tell you now, if I'm playing Diablo 4 and the story is shit, I'll never buy another Diablo game. I'll just buy the box. Because I do love the story of Diablo. I'm actually one of those weird Diablo players that don't play for the max level of Diablo. Like, I couldn't give two fucks about rifts or greater rifts or anything like that. I don't play the Diablo for greater rifts or rifts. When I play Diablo, I'm playing it because, well, I want to experience it. You know, I want to see the story. And I couldn't give two fucks about anything else. Yeah, but books are never going to stop being bought. I don't know. It's just ever so slightly fucking annoying, you know. It really is just a little annoying. But, I mean, well, there's really no way to complain about this. We all knew this was coming. We all knew this was coming. And it's probably going to ramp up. It is most likely going to ramp up. I mean, why not make a series? Like something similar to Arcane. You know, if Blizzard wanted to do an Arcane-esque kind of Diablo series, that would be good. I think a lot of people would watch that. Why? Because you release it on Netflix. Most people already have Netflix. It's not like asking someone to buy a $30 book so that they can get the story of the game. Release it, make it a wonderful fucking story in and of itself. You can put a lot of lore in there, but you can also you can also hint to it in the game. No issues. The problem with books is it's almost always the case that Blizzard will remove lore from the game in order to fuck it into the books. TV series, I don't know what they've planned to do and what they haven't planned to do. To my mind, what the hell am I?
Johnny Depp has laughed with his counsel, a witness in a case, and found out later the jury did not like this. And I'll just let everybody know, the distance between Johnny Depp's table and the jury is very small. So, like, they can have a great view of everything that he's doing and seeing.
Jack, that is a phenomenal question. I talked about this about 10 days ago. Juries watch everything. They watch when you write a yellow sticky note to somebody. They watch how you touch your hair. And they are so close to Depp that it's impossible for them not to see his smirks, hear his snide remarks, or see his lips. I think the body language of Johnny Depp at the end of the day, regardless of the verdict, I can't believe the jury is not drawing a negative inference by some of the interactions that Depp has with his counsel, Mr. Chu.
So here's an interesting question that might clear it up a little bit. And Jeanette, this
Why
is from
would they be
Gail
negative
Harrison
about it?
Gibbons from Facebook. Why is Depp getting blamed for Waldman's tweets?
Well, he's getting blamed for Waldman's tweets because as his attorney, he is his representative, his legal representative. And oftentimes with high-profile individuals and in high-profile cases, attorneys make statements on behalf of their clients and in defense of their clients or on behalf of their clients. So you have to imagine, you know that Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman have discussed this. This is his personal attorney. So that is why Johnny Depp is being blamed for this by Amber Heard. It's called agency, and Johnny Depp, his agent is Adam Waldman, so that's why.
Dude, I don't
or at least that's
like,
the
buy
argument.
this
you know,
at
we'll
all.
see what
Do
the
you?
jury actually
Correct.
comes back with if they believe that he had this kind of authorization over him. We actually had a counter question to the one you asked, Gene.
Good.
But what if the jury's laughing at the same time? This is from Kingsley on YouTube. I'll answer that because I've been in the courtroom. I haven't seen them really laugh that much. I mean, they seem pretty stone-faced to me. But yeah, if they laugh, it'll be interesting. But look, but let's go now, Rich. I'll throw a question to you. This is from Dank Sean on YouTube. If the jury are randomly selected citizens, won't they strongly be biased since it's famous people? That's a fair question.
Well, they're certainly interested because it's famous people, but, you know, I guess there's an argument that there's famous people on both sides of this case, so they might be even-handed in that regard, although one is substantially more famous than the other. That's the kind of problem that you look at and you try to deal with in voir dire. That's the questioning of the jurors before they're even selected.
I think this guy's lying.
I think that's a factor in this case, but again, because there's a lot of celebrity on both sides and even some of the other witnesses, I'm not sure it's going to sway anybody one direction or another.
Well, I think a lot of people are swayed by the makeup conversation. They're swayed about whether or not Amber Heard used makeup to cover up her bruises. And I say this because, Linda, we have a great question from Debbie McCain from Facebook. Why didn't Johnny Depp have a professional makeup artist do a bruise on a person with the same type of skin color, hair color, to show how it could be done to appear like a bruise? A bit of a hypothetical setup here, an experiment, but what do you think?
Because let me just do something here. If it goes wrong, and I'll just bring out a makeup kit that I have here right now. If it goes wrong and I say, I'm going to take out this makeup kit and I'm going to put it on and I'm going to see if I can cover a bruise on my hand, and it doesn't really work well, the jury's thinking that you're really doing something for TV and movies, and you're taking the seriousness away from the case. Let me tell you, jurors all have common sense. They know when they get bruised, and they know how difficult it is to try to cover up any bruising they have, albeit maybe putting a Band-Aid on it, which doesn't look so good.
What could possibly go wrong? The glove doesn't fit.
Right, that's what I'm thinking of.
The
Right.
experiment never hurt anybody. No big
Type of
deal.
gaming hater,
Tell you what, we're going to still take your questions. YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, throw them in. We're going to answer them till the lunch break is over in about 30, 40 minutes. So stay with us here on Long Crime. We'll be right back.
Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I don't know if I can stun. I could try and stun them, but I'm probably not going to be able to. It's making the OJ connection too. I'm guessing they're pro Amber. Do you want me to relink the jury video now? Which jury video is that? Nixty? I don't know if I can jump in there. Maybe I should just finish this. Nice. Let's get the fuck away. Now let's see. Oh my god. I could kill so many people. Yeah. Let's do a big boy fucking swipe here. Easy. Is someone explaining what the jury did during Amber's testimony? Yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't know what this does. Oh, maybe nothing. This is called The Lost Spell. It's sort of like a tower defense game, but not quite. Next year, we can watch that.
I think she.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna. Where the fuck is that? Here we go.
I think she throws her eyes across the jury 2 or 3 times, looking for somebody who's seeing what she's seeing. The reason I highlighted this clip.
He was in the courtroom.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're live right now in Fairfax County, Virginia, where we are on a special lunch break in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. As soon as
actually in the courtroom during Amber Heard's cross-examination. He has a ton of insight about what the jurors were doing, about the vibe between Camille and Amber, things that we wouldn't have seen on camera, and a lot of great insight as to some things that we just can't have access to. So we did a stream together where I got to ask him a ton of questions about the jury. He talked about each individual jury member and what they were experiencing and how they were reacting to very telling moments. And this conversation was so enlightening. And I'm analyzing the body language that we're seeing in these clips, and he's telling us what was actually happening in the courtroom. So this is really exciting and a teaser to my full analysis, which is coming in the next couple of days. And there's some great stuff in there too. So enjoy this video, stick around, and check out the full.
All right, let's hear the
next couple
expert,
of days.
people.
A lot of fun stuff.
This is an expert.
So everyone, welcome to the channel.
He knows his shit.
Rob from Law
Trust him.
and Lumber. Dude, I'm so excited to have you here.
I'm really excited to be here. I'm really happy to get this thing going. So,
yes, sir.
Hey,
so Rob, really quick for the viewers, you are a lawyer extraordinaire. You are passionate about woodworking, and you have a gorgeous, lush beard. So I'm not saying you're Jesus, but I've never seen the two of you in the same room at the same time. So
we're just going to let people speculate on that one. I'm not going to make that claim out loud on.
what a lawyer answer. You're like objection for speculation.
I mean,
think that's
weak
the sentence
comedy,
we've
but
learned.
you know, I'll allow it.
We've all
I'll
learned
allow
that
it for now.
sentence this week. So Rob, you were kind enough, crazy enough to stay up for hours in order to get a place in that courtroom.
Yeah, that was really important to me. Having watched this trial from the beginning, I needed to be able to see what the jury was doing and to actually see the witnesses testify in person.
And how was the mood in there? Before we look at any of this footage, because in a moment we're going to jump right into some footage, some key moments where you saw some interesting activity from the jurors, some interesting things in the room that we may not have seen on camera. But what was the atmosphere? What was the mood in the room?
Spidey, that's a really good point that I kind of want to take a second on because everyone in that jury or everyone in the gallery has mostly been a very pro-Depp vibe. From the line, people are talking about Johnny Depp, people are dissing Amber Heard. So when you get into that courtroom, there's this feeling that a lot of the people in there are not really on Amber Heard's side. And that actually can kind of lead into a little bit of our discussion about Amber Heard's body language and how she's perceiving
Who would be
the
on her
room,
side?
which might explain some of the things that she does.
Wow. You know, until this moment, I never thought of that. I've been watching this trial from day one. It never even dawned on me that when she's speaking out this way, looking at the lawyer who's questioning her, whether it's direct or cross, she's seeing the people behind them. And there are certain things that we project. We know this in interrogation. When we learn interrogation or interviewing, we're told you can't go in there bringing the luggage of your day with you because whatever you're feeling, you might project onto the person you're interrogating. So that's right off the bat. What an incredible little piece of information. So we have some footage here we're going to look at together.
In the trial, the past 2
starting
weeks.
With actually, I want to see this. This is like evidence. I want you all to pay attention to this handsome gentleman in the audience, right as the audience stands here.
I mean, I think everyone
this
right
out.
now is having the time of their fucking life in this trial.
Bam!
Dude.
Look at that chill guy leaning on the wall there.
Everyone's just living their best life.
You recognize that guy?
I don't know. I like this. This is a lot more comfortable.
Okay. You do look very professional. You're playing the role of gallery member number 26 really effectively.
Yeah, well, it's not just a role. Like, this is a courtroom I actually practice in. So I know this courtroom and I know this courthouse, and I'm going to be darned if I don't show up actually looking like a lawyer in a courtroom where I practice.
It's as loud as it can be, Nixty. I literally can't turn it up anymore.
Respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp.
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days. Go ahead.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting, I think he said, maybe, 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late.
So, Rob, that's a scene where
No. This is just they're sort of
which moments were important.
recapping a lot of
You and I
things for
both
us.
had that on our list, and I think that that's really telling, both from a behavior standpoint and from what you saw live in the room. There's a lot going on. So she's asked a question, and already the way she begins to answer that question, like usually she's just ready to like attack. In this one, we see a ton of hesitancy. We see her clearing her throat. She looks up as she's getting ready. We see a lip lick, and we see some verbal leaks right in the beginning, before she even starts to talk. So this isn't very consistent with the way she normally just instantly responds. So something's going on here. Maybe she has a prepared script for this specific question. Maybe she discussed this question with her lawyers. So we're seeing that, then the answer begins. So I'll let you take it from there, Rob. Once she begins to answer, what are we seeing? What were you feeling in the room? What's going on here?
So I want to pick up kind of where you were leading in there. And before we get to her actual answer, you can see her testing something. The day prior, the day before we went to that week-long break, her posture and demeanor on the stand was very aggressive. She was very upright, very back in the stance, and very backwards in the chair. Here you can see her leaning forward, but she's not fully leaning forward. Her shoulders are shrugging. She is doing a turtle move, basically, that essentially evokes emotion, and is supposed to indicate that she has gone through trauma, and that's what people who have gone through trauma oftentimes do.
For those of you who are new to the channel, sorry to cut you off, Rob. Turtling is what we call when we come inwards like this, much like a turtle retreating into the shell, because we protect all the vital organs. On the front, on the side, we close in like this. But there's something, and Rob, I have a feeling this is where you're going with this, that we do that we're not seeing here.
Yeah, so one of the things that you're not seeing is the microphone is up, and she doesn't adjust it downward. But I don't know if that's intentional or not, but what you see is she does a lot of neck extension. So there's the turtle of the shoulders, but the body doesn't follow. Most witnesses who have gone through a traumatic experience like this or are testifying about trauma, when the turtle is there, the turtle is real. They have this instinct to basically drop their chin, and they almost go to a murmur or a mumble. It's never this projected voice or projected look. And then the other thing about this one is that she's looking at the jury with this. When people are turtling and they're going through an emotional experience and they're actually emoting that correctly, they don't speak to anybody in particular. They're actually going inward. They're talking to themselves. They're answering the question.
Yeah, inner monologue tends to be downward. So we retreat, we turtle, it's a shameful experience, so we tend to just sort of jumble it up a little, which is another thing Emily Baker said, which is she's very clearly enunciating these things. That isn't consistent with that body language of turtling, which is a beautiful point.
Let's take one step back and talk about what the courtroom layout is like. Now, this courtroom is one of the larger courtrooms that you're going to be in. There's 100 people that are allowed into that courtroom every single day. Most of the people that are showing up for this trial in the lines and in the gallery are notably Johnny Depp fans. He's had the more motivated crowd. And there's a notable sense of apprehension on the Amber Heard team. Doesn't take a genius to realize that she's kind of facing an adverse crowd. So without a lot of allies, that can kind of explain why she's darting her eyes around a bunch, because she's trying to find friendly faces. You don't want to lock in on someone who is notably aggressive towards you. She has her lawyers on the left-hand side. She'll look extreme left to them. Then there's the podium, which we'll see when she's answering questions from.
My only issue with this sort of thing is, while yes, body language experts exist and body language experts can provide some insight, more often than not everyone's body language is exactly the same, right? So the stress of being in the trial, the stress of things happening, all of that can play a massive part in what your body language looks like. And that, it kind of bugs me. Like, whenever stuff like this happen, it does kind of bug me.
Ms. Vasquez or Ms. Bredehoff. And then there's the jury, and that's when she cocks her head this way. The jury box is lined up, going basically from this way back. And Spidey's going to pull up a diagram of the jury that reflects what I saw and kind of gives us some demographic information about who's sitting in that box. Now, that box itself is 6 rows across, or 6 seats across, and 2 rows deep. The empty boxes are actually empty seats. We have 9 potential jurors, and in this particular trial, the jurors that are going to go into deliberation is going to be 7, and it's 7 that are randomly selected. So these were my observations of the juror. Now, juror I, or 9, in the bottom right-hand corner, this juror is the closest to Amber Heard. He is physically the closest to her, and also almost an extreme downward angle. So I want you to watch her eyes when she's testifying and tell me where she's looking. Oftentimes you will see her, she's going to look at jurors D4 or E5, and that's going to be her first glance. And then if they don't meet her eyes, you're going to see her dart her eyes down to H8, G7, F6. That's where she feels like she has the second set of allies in this courtroom.
So you think she's connecting most with D and E?
She thinks she is. That's what she perceives as her allies. I'm not going to say whether they are or are not. That's honestly complete speculation on my part.
You think that's what she thinks?
Yeah, that's what you observe with a lot of her testimony, where she looks for a lot of these questions. And when she gives that direct answer, you're going to see those eyes go straight to D and E immediately. And that's when if they're not meeting her eyes, then she'll go elsewhere.
It's so funny how the pocket you described as her preference is the one that's 100% female. And then her second option is the one that's 33% female. Because if we look at the chart, top right, D and E is where you said she first goes, is where it's the 2 females. And then she looks down to those 3 where the only other female is. So according to what you're observing, she's trying to connect with the females and get that sisterhood thing going on, maybe, is what she's going for.
I'm just following a pattern. Now, it's a natural inclination for a witness to look to the person nearest to them. Now, in this particular case, that would be juror number I or 9, but that juror has been noticeably aggressive in opposition to Amber Heard. So it's no question why she'll look straight over his head to jurors 4 and 5 to kind of bypass that opposition.
Why do you say juror I or 9 was not vibing with her?
So observations of him, and you might want to throw the camera on for this one. Observations of him, his visual. So if I am that juror, Amber Heard is to my left. So when when Amber's testifying, he will have his hands up to his face, doing a little bit of mouth blocking. Doesn't really want to see, and a lot of his body posture, his shoulders are aimed at the podium rather than at the witness.
Wow.
Most people, when a witness is on direct examination, you want to see their shoulders aimed at the witness who's giving that testimony. It's their direct testimony. It's their narrative. Elaine Bredehoff is a prop at this point. She is supposed to give the witness the stage, and all of the jurors are supposed to be angled to the stage. Well, juror I/9 has his shoulders aimed at the podium almost 100% of the time, and he has the mouth block, oftentimes with this particular hand, which blocks Amber Heard.
Blocks her.
And when Elaine Bredehoff said something, he will, instead of turning his body or even moving his head, he will do this and
Wow.
look side eye. And anyone who's ever been in front of a courtroom when a judge or a jury does
This is something that I can watch afterwards. It's not really
on what the attorney is saying,
that
and less focused on
interesting.
what you're saying, because they don't trust what you're saying, period. 1, 2, 3 are the hardest to guess. One is he's our note taker. He is attentive to most of the testimony.
Do you guys like this? Do you want to keep watching this, or
they are? I would say they're attentive.
Go.
2 is also kind of
King Julian as much as I want.
I don't mean to say character. What I mean to say is he's an interesting observation. He tends to almost outwardly ignore testimony he doesn't believe relevant. He gives our most physical expressions of anyone on the jury. He is our most physically expressive juror. He physically leans forward when he's forward and head down into the lap when he's not really focused. Or he will be up, or he will actually at certain points in time reach for his ears or fiddle with his pen. He'll pass it back and forth with his hands. I mean, things that you don't like to see if you're an
Always
attorney.
wondered how
When
the
you're an
jury
attorney,
is
you wanna
reacting
see
to
that
them.
focus on the witness, period.
That was so great, and it's going to be so helpful moving forward. Thank you so much. So now we know what the courtroom is like. We know what the jurors are like. We're now going to look at the following clip. And Rob, you're going to tell us what you saw in the jury, and we're both going to talk about the body language. But before we do me a huge favor, everyone. Hit that subscribe button. Turn those notifications on for more amazing behavior analysis content.
I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble.
Oh my God, she's crying again.
Okay, so the first observation here, I want the people to focus on the eye movement. So exactly what I saw right off the bat. The eye is coming across level to the right. That is looking at 4 and 5. That's not looking down at 9. That's looking at 4 and 5. You'll see she passes a really quick glance at 9, but then she's right back up to 4 and 5. And then you see that she moves towards the center of the box. Like I was saying before, she goes down to 7 and 8. The notes that I wrote down was D and E were calling BS just because their eyes were moving backwards, moving left and right a little bit. They weren't making direct eye contact with her.
Make sure that
and I
this
also
is
noticed
described.
that number 1 at this point in time had no eye contact, was looking directly forward. B at this point had his head.
King Julian, if I may ask, no one believes me on what? On what? What did I say that you don't believe? I agree, we don't need to watch it, but the insight was very good. I mean, it's not that I dislike the insight. I don't mind the insight at all. That's not the problem. The thing is more, there's nothing for me to react to in this, because we're basically just watching people say things, and I can't really react to anything, you know, because, well, I don't disagree with anything they're saying. It's actually sort of the point. Oh my God, bro. Oh, what the fuck? Where are you going, you piece of shit? Hold up. Stop that, motherfucker. For anyone who wants to watch on their own? God damn it. All right. Wait, is the trial back?
Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that, beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco.
I don't think that.
And I think others commented this week. Last week, Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Not you, as I said, Tom. It's what everyone is talking
The next
about.
one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record
This
evidence?
was
of
earlier.
Mr. Depp
This was yesterday.
exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it would go in the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor.
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Objection.
Way to call him out. Way to call him out right there. We'll get to Dr. Spiegel in a second. Rich, I do want to throw this question to you because it's actually really important. We see it in a lot of different trials, and people have asked about this before. So this is from one of our Twitch fans. That tingly feeling, I don't know if that's about love or something else. We'll leave it right there. Does each lawyer, Rich, have expertise in specific areas of law? They're always changing lawyers to ask questions to different witnesses. Why is this?
Okay, well, I don't think it's expertise. It's different expertise in the law. I think they pick the lawyers. I mean, first of all, one lawyer couldn't cover all of these witnesses for 6 weeks. That would be a preposterous amount of work. They pick and choose it by design of who would be more effective with what witnesses. So sort of the people who are sort of prim and proper, they get the expert witnesses. Obviously, they picked a very good person to cross-examine Amber Heard. You just try to match it up correctly so you have the right person asking the questions to the right witness. I don't think the area of law is that critical in deciding that.
You know, Ann Jeanette, people I saw mostly were critical of Dr. Spiegel, so we have Jordan McIntyre on YouTube. I found Dr. Spiegel seem more like a patient than the psychiatrist. Could his mannerisms and presentation, aside from the testimony itself, sway the jury from his credibility? So could his mannerisms and presentation, the way he looked on the stand, could that sway the jury and turn him off a little bit?
To be fair,
it's a layperson question. I think it's great.
Okay, well, I
that
feel
guy
like
is
I
a
can
moron.
answer this because did you see what I retweeted last night? Somebody put some video together and he was doing this thing with his mouth and he was like, and like Johnny Depp was like, ugh, like somebody put this like amazing video together. It was a little weird. He seemed to have some strange tics and stuff like that. So maybe, you know, the jury is the one. The jury members are the ones that are supposed to like, you know, judge the credibility. They assess the credibility. They are the, you know, truth seekers in any case. So yeah, maybe. I mean, he was an odd duck. He walked by me. I saw him pretty up close when he walked past me. I was thinking about going out in the hall to say hi, but he was with some guy, like a handler or something, and it just seemed like maybe it wasn't the best idea. So maybe we'll reach out to him later via email, but I was just kind of like, not sure that it just didn't seem to go very well for him yesterday.
I mean, he had that really odd comment about being pressed about, you know, well, don't other actors use earpieces? You're saying Johnny Depp was so messed up he needed an earpiece, and Marlon Brando, and he's like, well, isn't Marlon Brando dead? I mean, that's your response. Found it a little off-putting, but I agree with you, Ann Jeanette. Hey, I got a legal question for you, Gene. Sure. And this is, you know what? It's this question, and then also I'm going to throw it on and add a second question. Okay. First of all, I wanted to, this is from one of our YouTubers, one of the best names, Hedgehog the Fencer. Okay, so let's take that for what it is. Hi, could you please explain?
Have I missed Akko reacting to the leak stuff? What leak stuff?
But I want you to clarify, because is it preponderance of the evidence here the standard, or is it clear and convincing? Walk us through it.
Okay, I've been told the burden of proof is clear and convincing, but there are 5 burdens of proof. And just think of 100%. Beyond a reasonable doubt is basically 90% certainty, not beyond all possible doubt. Clear and convincing, you got to prove something by about 70%. Preponderance is you got to prove something by 51%. Probable cause, only about 40%. That's for search warrants and a grand jury. And then there's this weird thing called reasonable suspicion, the Terry stop, the pat down, 25% certainty. So there are 5 layers of burdens of proof. And this case, I think, is clear and convincing.
Yes, and we always talk about, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what we're always talking about, the criminal trials, a little bit of the lesser standard here. All right, so Linda, before we have to jump back into court, we have gotten word that the jury is coming in shortly. So let's go to
all right, we're almost back,
from
ladies
Twitch.
and gentlemen.
So
Almost
during
fucking
Dr.
back.
Spiegel's testimony yesterday, he claimed that Johnny Depp made an entire movie wasted. He was obviously referencing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which Johnny Depp in his testimony stated was a presumption by many but would have been utterly impossible. Why did Johnny Depp's team seize upon that? It seemed quite an important thing to correct.
I think there were so many things for them to seize on that probably was like the little bit of them, right? And anyone who knows would know that movie, Fear and Loathing. That was about Hunter Thompson, right? Who was took LSD in the, I guess it was the 60s here. So I mean, that's the way he was supposed to look. I mean, I think they didn't seize on it seriously because you had so much. You had a psychiatrist who violated a rule, in my opinion, on diagnosing somebody with neurodeficit disorders when he didn't even realize what the characters were, hadn't seen the movies. He said, "Nice plug for my book," when he started out. Thank you very much. And,
I love that they're ripping Spiegel apart.
So I think they thought they had enough with what they did.
Well, I think that was a very good explanation for that, for a very good question. I will tell you the questions that we got this hour were phenomenal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jean and Jeanette, Linda, Rich, phenomenal answers to these questions. I am going to be signing off. I'm getting word the jury's coming in.
Okay, the jury's coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The jury is coming. It's almost back. Dude will ever be called Schmeagol? Do you think he might? Do you think he even knows who the fuck Schmeagol is? He looks crazy to me. Like, he's got that crazy thing going. I'm sorry, but if I'm ever in need of a psychiatrist, I am not going to that dude. It just 100% would not. There's no fucking point. I feel like that guy is not helpful to anyone. Definitely not. Fuck.
Your next question.
Mr. Vanya, before lunch we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell. Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms. Heard's career would have followed the same trajectory as that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
Yes.
What's your understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for her opinion that Ms. Heard's career should have been similar to that of those identified actors?
Ms. Arnold stated that when producers or her industry is looking to hire talent and actors, that it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important you're looking to social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies. So that was her approach.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
No. Although she stated that, she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. Then I also went and did some analysis.
Yes, Junkie, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that.
As well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah, again, Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach again? All right, thank you.
All right. So we're basically now back with the guy that torched Amber Heard's case before, and it seems like he's still going. Man's still going.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll identify plaintiffs 1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Ms. Heard after Aquaman. And remember, Aquaman, December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q scores?
I hate when the fucking sound cuts out, bro.
Scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can see, Ms. Godot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Ms. Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that. And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8.
She's only a 9.
Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much little. Her positive score is very low, and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
What opinions did you form based on that Q score analysis?
My opinions as it relates to these Q scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really, listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding of what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which I disagree. First of all, Q-Scores doesn't work like that. Q-Scores are available twice a year, so it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q-Score actors.
Well, I agree with our experts, but they're also wrong.
I feel that, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q-Scores, you can get this perfect moment in time, as Ms. Heard said, I'm sorry, but as Ms. Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Ms. Heard's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q-Scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of the Q-Scores that you looked at?
I mean, if you really think about what Ms. Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q-Scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q-Scores could have been a bit lower, because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So.
And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does is it archives the internet. So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past. Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Motherfucker, when it dodges, dude. Jesus.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll mark it for identification purposes. Plaintiffs 1297 and publish.
Anya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found, again, this is prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and DeArmas don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look at is you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million.
Wow, Amber Heard getting slopped, bro.
2.3 million.
She's got like fuck all
Twitter
followers
compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Ms. Gadot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Ms. Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot. People are interested in these actors as opposed to Ms. Heard, more of a following. Q scores, well-liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements and the search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's no causal connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Ms. Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Ms. Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Ms. Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Ms. Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging event, and not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damage is because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time. A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think damages is an appropriate approach in this case.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Hi.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman-Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman-Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
No, if you looked at my analysis, I did pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence, and you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted Ms. Heard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay. And if they use 2 spaces between abuse and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you? And a tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So certain of the Waldman-Depp statements, a person could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
What are you asking?
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
Did you make any determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I didn't look into any online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Ms. Heard's op-ed?
No, my assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell provided. I was rebutting him.
And in your analysis of when you testified before, you never looked to see if the op-ed was quoted anywhere, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Going going to object to his own question again,
All right,
probably.
question's withdrawn. Next question.
There's so much bullshit here, dude. They're asking so many bullshit questions.
Use of comparables, correct? Just the use of comparables in general.
I listened to her testimony, and my understanding that she abandoned that approach. But as it relates to my testimony today, my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion as to who the appropriate comparables should be to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified just before about the Q scores of Ms. Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Momoa's was from the summer of 2020?
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is to get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out. That the field work dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to February 7th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
So that would be so the field work would be starting almost immediately after Aquaman just came out, correct?
Yeah, in her Star is Born moment, yes.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
Well, actually, if I use Miss Arnold's suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film. So I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as it relates to when I use them.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Mr. Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
I don't know if it
fuck
counts
is
for
this
the
guy
rise
asking?
in popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure Miss Heard.
All right. Do you show?
Dude, this guy is just wasting time, man.
Thank you.
That's all that's going on here. They're just wasting time. Asking a whole lot of bullshit. Who's Rottenbone?
If you look on page 177 of your deposition transcript, you see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see page 177? At the 4 pages? 4 pages per?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And I asked you...
Is life wasting time, though, satirist?
Lines 6 through 10, you'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Jason Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Ms. Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
Okay. You didn't look at Ms. Heard's Q score for summer of 2020, correct?
She doesn't have any.
And Ms. DeArmas had a lower familiarity score than Ms. Heard, correct?
She doesn't have any. Bro, she's not famous.
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Ms. DeArmas's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay. Could you put up plaintiff's trial exhibit 1297? That was the demonstrative.
Be full of all kinds of small crap. Yeah, but it's still fun crap, no?
Ms. de Armas has less Instagram followers than Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of Ms. de Armas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way. It depends on many other factors.
So Ms. de Armas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't know that, but if that's the case.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter and they have confirmed his ban for life?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on this one?
Okay, sure.
Fuck. Wait, who banned Twitter? Who did Twitter ban? What did they just say?
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's data, 65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements?
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
Yes.
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294? Number one.
Number one. Yeah, that spike happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay. And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he talked about what the number one related to.
What's the objection?
Sorry, lack of foundation and.
I'm asking if you know, if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, we'll rule.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements.
Do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020. You don't know one way or the other.
It's irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
Absolutely. Zucchini, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate that. 17 months in a row.
Is not related
thank
to
you,
the
thank
Waldman
you,
statements,
thank you.
And there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches you did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements, correct?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified before that you eliminated shares and likes of the Depp Waldman statements from your analysis, right?
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp-Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
That's quite possible.
Okay. And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldminian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard from April 2020 through January 2021, correct?
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what Mr. Schnell says.
You don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldminian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags about Amber Heard, it's your testimony that they have nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtag,
Jesus, what's this guy on?
Mr. Waldman.
What the fuck is this guy on?
And Waldminian, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements.
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman statements. Waldman himself has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. We're talking about the Waldman statements here. Waldminian, I don't even know what that is, but again, it has nothing to do with this case, and it's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
And the reason you're saying they're not related to the Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said in the Daily Mail and tweet it out?
Well, I looked at enough tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statements.
No, they must have had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard. It was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that justice for Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag towards Amber Heard. So listen, the assignment was to determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented were related or included the Waldman statements.
In your review of the tweets related to Ms. Heard, you cannot point to any that were positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard?
I did not look into anything as it relates to anything other than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
Okay. And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statements' impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
You did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers here, those you said are related to Google searches?
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiff's 888? And we could just start at 1. Do you understand that your... Okay. Oh, thanks. And 888, it's page 76. These are the documents you relied upon for your opinion
Are
today?
her lawyers trying to fucking get her to lose?
Yes.
And are these the where it has the different letters? These are the searches that you ran for the various time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No. I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this this case.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to let's see. Hold on one second. Go. Can you just scroll down?
There's a good point. 8 to 9 out of
Yeah,
10
keep
times.
scrolling.
They seem to know at least what the fuck they're talking about.
Keep going.
Most of the time.
Keep going.
Dude, this is a fucking nightmare.
Okay, stop. This was the chart you provided with your designation for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman.
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I might be heard.
All right, if you want to come forward, page 99.
I have an objection, Your Honor, if I may be heard. I think the man was lying because he was literally hurting my case. So if you don't mind, Your Honor, can you strike that, please? Like, just make as if it didn't happen, please, Your Honor. Thank you. Much appreciated. Dude, does Amber Heard know just how stupid she fucking sounds? Or do you think she has no idea? How in the fuck am I supposed to do this? These things have so much fucking HP, bro. Like, stupid amounts of HP. I'm gonna get overrun. Almost guaranteed. All right. I guess that works. Fuck. Yeah, I'm about to get sloshed here. Each lawyer on the team has their own purpose in there. Yeah, but what it seems like the purpose of this team is to be as stupid as fucking possible. Like, that's at least what it seems like to me. Dude, that guy has no more HP left. I am so fucking screwed, man. Oh, Jesus.
Mr. Banya. Other than so as I understand it, the way you determined that the tweets were not related to the Waldman statements was that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Correct.
And then the top 3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
So as it relates to any trending event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the spikes in time and going back in time to see what was happening on those top 3 sites will give you an indication of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3 results.
And just so the record's clear, if we could go back to page 76 of this document. Numbers 6A through 6N going to the next page, those are the headlines of the searches that you found?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't disagree that that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Right, okay, and you have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman statements.
Okay.
Just punching people.
All right, redirect.
I have no further questions of this
We're
witness, Your
dying.
Honor. Thank you, Mr. Banya.
Tangle, how you doing, brother?
Thank you.
What made you? Why would it be a shock to you if Johnny wins?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for you at this point. Hopefully within 15 minutes we'll get right back to you, okay? Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside. Sorry, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Sorry, we'll just take a short break.
They're doing another brief fucking break. Bro, how many breaks do they take in court? Unbelievable woman? No. I mean, yeah, you should absolutely not do that.
All right, so just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat. Keep standing the whole time. All right, just so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out, please?
The only way Johnny would lose here is if indeed...
Right. So we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There is a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness. The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses.
I'll tell you now.
The rebuttal witness is a little different.
Oh my God, how you doing, brother?
Because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world.
Oh my God, no
So
problem, dude.
What we have
Jesus.
to do here
I don't even remember it.
is,
It's all good.
I'm going to do a voir
Don't worry
dire,
about it. Never
and I'll
apologize.
both
That's the
sides
rule
ask
in this stream,
questions
bro.
as well of
Never
Mr. Knight to
apologize.
see what he has seen.
Just
of
whatever,
the
you know?
case. And I'm just going to use the factors
Madeleine
that the
Root
case law
turned out to
Virginia
be a
uses, which
fucking
the
moron
factors to
anyway,
consider,
so
because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit
you had
a
every
witness,
right to be outraged
to
by
testify
that.
in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional,
bearings,
which
okay.
we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it, also if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right, now we can have Mr. Knight. Okay, bring it on.
This is a rebuttal witness. What does that mean? What does it mean? What's a rebuttal witness?
All right, sir. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear
In form of currency? Massey, are you
Sir, if you could just have a
are you forcing people to donate money here?
Sir, what
Well,
we're
there
doing
you
is
go,
I'm just going to
Alex.
ask you a few questions outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
the
you
attorney's
have to
gonna ask you a few
apologize.
questions, okay? Then I'm going to have you step back outside after that, okay?
No problem.
All right, what's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right, how do you spell your last name?
N-I-G-H-T.
Okay. All right, and sir, before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where
Okay.
it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was a security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was testifying, but it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right, and what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care.
Okay.
The
I didn't really care.
innkeepers that
Easy.
worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true, and then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay, and when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Okay, and then have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been
Since May
keeping
3rd.
off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Okay. All right. And questions? Ms.
Cool.
Brown?
All right. Here we go.
So, Mr. Knight, you were contacted by an attorney for Mr. Depp on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Geraldine. Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And
I
what?
think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind testifying? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, well then, we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she
I'm pretty
know
sure
that
he
you
is
used
lying, by the way.
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email, and one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about
Nice, Nick Steve.
the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a
Jesus,
Twitter
Alex
search of
McGill's
Hicksville
Clip channel
trailer.
is
So
insane,
it was,
dude.
I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
So explain to me, please, what you mean by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to Twitter and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay. And how many tweets did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like 5 or 6. I only replied to one of them.
Okay. And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber, and I replied that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
The views about this trial is very bad.
Somebody was testifying
like super
that Johnny
low,
was
so
yelling at Amber?
it's not even 10.
Yeah, and
maybe like
I
5.
believe, grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall
Zalkamar, how you doing,
who
brother?
said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
I said that's not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was
Did you say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
And you said this to one of the tweets?
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
Yeah, these editors are on fucking point
So
with
tell
speed.
me about the other 5
They're very fast at uploading that
tweets
shit.
that you recall seeing when you ran your trailer search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
Okay. When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
Shiny, what shout out?
And did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers?
She nuts, bro. Why do you want to see her?
What you thought?
No, I hadn't talked to them in years, and still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had with the innkeepers that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about the Hicksville incident?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper, and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me, and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So I'm trying to understand.
That is the face you make
just
when you
based
see your
on the
career
fact that
going up in
7
fucking
years
flames,
ago,
bro.
They happened to know
That's
that
the
you
face.
were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well, it's 2022 right now, and that was what year? Oh, that was
2013.
You're right. Okay. So how is it that out of the blue they remembered 9 years ago that you worked there that night and that you might have some knowledge?
I mean, to be honest, like, we do get celebrities sometimes, but it was, you know, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week. So I'm sure they remembered the specifics of that night.
Had Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
No.
Had you ever attempted to contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
No, I had no interest.
All right. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since?
Yes.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just went through, you know, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through?
Yes.
The whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
Please
sure.
continue.
Oh shit! Even Camille was
did
like, "Wait, what are you doing? Sit the fuck
I
down!"
described,
Jesus,
like, them
I
getting
got
to
this,
the
fam. You just sit
trailer
down.
Palace, me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just, yeah, the details that I had only, you know, spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events during that time.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire,
No,
which is
I think
limited to the
whatever
three
she said
criteria.
to him
But
is
may I
very
please finish
critical.
stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire. Your Honor enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important here because they knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So,
Well, that was last night. So how
Right.
does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't hear?
Okay, that's fine.
What the fuck? Can someone tell me what is a rebuttal witness? Like that's the most important thing right now. What the hell is a rebuttal witness? Is it a witness that proves that someone lied, or that is supposed to sort of speak against or directly against someone's testimony or some shit like that? Like, what exactly is a rebuttal witness?
Mr. Knight, did
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez provide you with any
nice.
information
Thank you, Jace.
that anyone had testified to or
I don't know what a butt for is, though.
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me just tell the truth and let me know, you know.
Do you know what any of the witnesses said in this trial?
About, I mean, outside of what I described earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Do you know whether any of the witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Well, do you have any questions? All right, sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I leave my water?
Yes, you can leave your water.
So now the judge has to decide whether or not this guy gets in or not. Being a judge must be so fucking boring sometimes. You have to sit there for the whole fucking trial, dude. Just chill out. I mean, no one asks your opinion on anything. They just sort of object, and then you decide what objection you'll sustain. Although perhaps being a... What do you think is worse, being a judge or a juror? You think being a juror... Is there anyone in this chat that has ever been a juror? That's ever been called in for jury duty? In some cases, she has the hottest job. For example, this guy was on stand in case they needed him in order to counter a testament. He doesn't need to be admitted to the witness list in advance. Ah, okay. Juror, in my opinion? Yep. Sophia, you've been a juror before. What was it like being a juror? Went to school for this shit? The juror is just a schmo off the street. Called in, but was rejected in selection. Why were you rejected, Miracos? Just several cases. I got called, but case was dismissed. I got out of it. You basically just need to, like, say whatever you think no one wants to hear. So if, for example, you're called in to be a juror on a murder case, you go, well, actually, sometimes I think murder is okay. Yeah. No, I think sometimes, if someone makes you really mad, I can see murdering them being a good idea. And then immediately the fucking defense or the prosecution goes, Your Honor, fuck that guy. That guy's crazy. You're biased and you're out of it. I've been called to jury duty, had to spend a week sat in a room, didn't get called into any case though. Cheated due to extenuating circumstances in my life. Ah, okay. Voicey TV, how you doing, brother? I wonder why there seems to be a lot of people that take this shit seriously. The fact that there's always a jury seems to be interesting. Like, there's actual people who take this shit seriously. Voicey TV, we're watching the train wreck of what used to be Amber Heard's I guess one could say career go up in smoke. I wonder why I think Amber Heard's attorneys are smiling because they get paid whether they win or lose. Will never get the Jaina role. Would you want Amber Heard to get the Jaina role, though? An ex-husband because wife wouldn't allow him to take his kids for the weekend. Oh, shit. Nice. Favor of one of the people and you will get put out. The abuser we have all heard about. That would be terrible. Ogrim, what would be terrible? Are we going to get Stanley Parable on the screen, or is this taking over your entire attention span? Stanley Parable, I would probably not be able to play while watching, Alex. Because I'm assuming that's a game that sort of requires discussion. And so we'll probably play Stanley Parable tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm going to react to her trial tomorrow again. Depends on who they call in, I suppose. Like, if they're not going to have good witnesses, I feel like we've missed the best part of the fucking, of the trial. We missed all of Amber Heard's witnesses. And those people were wank as fuck. It's kind of sad that we missed that. There's apparently stories of that. I don't know, though. I genuinely don't know.
All right.
What the fuck just happened? Do we know for a fact whether or not Kate Moss is actually going to testify tomorrow? Actually, more importantly, do we know whether or not she's testifying for or against Johnny? Alex, the new thumbnail does not work on the main channel. She is a good friend with Johnny. She is on the rebuttal list for Johnny Depp, from what I have seen. But what exactly is she going to rebut? I know it has to do with Amber, with... Dude, what the fuck? Everything's frozen as shit. The one from Fox is still up. Of course, Fox is fucking covering this. Why wouldn't he?
Some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right. Thank you for interruptions, and I apologize for that, but there's just some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right. Thank you. All right. Your next witness. All right. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Okay, so the jury is in now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do.
Sir, if you could have a seat.
Okay, here's Mr. Knight, and let's see if let's see what this does to Amber Heard's case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Knight.
Good afternoon, Camille.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Mr. Knight, where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currently own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast is up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful snow town above Palm Springs. And all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area. The rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
And just for my sake, how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So it started out as a artist retreat. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to
Thank
get
you very
away
much. I really appreciate that.
and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there's an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create create whatever they were working on. Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, you know, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no USPS, so sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out as well. I would also just do constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I had worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with this girl Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in this band, The Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
In late May 2013. When they were guests, Mr. Depp's
now it
assistant
gets
Nathan
juicy.
had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
And what do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got lost, so his security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary, just had a lot of questions and just seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was
a
pretty
bitch.
quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
There was people that were arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12 people total ended up staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard first came onto the property?
I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds, and show them around. When someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff, and some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to the bar trailer?
I didn't notice most of the time that in my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located, so there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area, so they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire in the early evening. There was another instance where Mr. Depp, the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Ms. Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she, it's hard. Like I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
Well, that doesn't help. Fuck.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening, generally?
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, yeah, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with a security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Miss Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
Okay.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah, she seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire, and yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
Yes. I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and Ms. Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really, they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up. May we approach?
Okay, sure.
Oh, shit. He just sneaked that in there. I've been in an emotional abusive relationship, Your Honor, and her yelling was triggering me. She was yelling, like, at the top of her lungs, Your Honor. She was screaming at him, waving a knife, fucking wanting to stab him with the knife. It was horrible, Your Honor. She actually did stab him. Oh, my God. I don't know how I feel about this guy.
Mr. Knight, will you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Hurd asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him, and she was yelling at him, and I personally had been in...
Objection. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't want to.
Objection to what he did.
All right, I'll sustain as to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to to your house on site?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction. It's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's
fine. Just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth, per se.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a
drunk
little,
as fuck, bro.
He was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Ms. Hurd appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Did you observe anyone
Sneaked
do
it in
or
there
take
again.
drugs?
Motherfucker.
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What the fuck?
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
The next morning, we have to check out at noon at the time, before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay?
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this
Okay,
on topic?
sure.
Thank you.
How is it? So I get hearsay, but if your employee calls you over because there's damage, right? That's not technically hearsay, is it? I mean, you're merely offering a reason for why you went to the trailer. Like, you didn't just wake up and go, you know, I have to go check what fucking Johnny and Heard's fucking trailer looks like.
What, if anything, happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored, 1950s style, and so I was very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, yeah, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right,
light.
foundation. I'll sustain as to foundation, how he knew.
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and I would say as much as every couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looked fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee, but they did not receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looked fine.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. There was already another light in the room, so I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there, and when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
Okay. While you were on site, so much, Mr. Knight, did you
really
ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. That's good.
I'm sorry, that answer was?
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, here we go.
Mr. Knight, you are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I was asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's
My
Twitters.
God, here we go.
Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead.
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the Umbrella Guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can you bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
1903.
I from the beginning, I had a bad feeling about this guy. It felt like the kind of guy that wants to be a part of something, you know?
Redact. Leave in the Umbrella Guy and the date and the bringing in the Hicksville. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just...
What's your feeling about this, chat? What do you think of this guy?
While she's working on that, did you write and direct a piece called Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
That was Umbrella Guy.
The Umbrella Guy. Okay. Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that Umbrella Guy on 4/21/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1903.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that Umbrella Guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
Oh, well.
I
have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your Honor,
is not necessary.
Take your own approach. Take a look.
Wait, Swifty got married to who? Just redact this. Yeah, this doesn't help our case. This doesn't help our case. This doesn't help our case. Oh, fuck you, Alex. Like, just 100% fuck you. Who did he get married to? His wife. That says nothing. Teaches me nothing. I have not learned anything of value from that fucking statement whatsoever. Yeah, congratulations to Swifty. Can we get some hearts in chat for old Swifty? Happy for the guy.
All right. Can make that redaction. With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, 1903 will be in evidence with as redacted.
Now, so you reached out to the umbrella guy in this text, this Twitter, right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
Okay. And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
That he what? He talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
I did.
The fuck does it have to do with anything?
So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection, relevance.
Oh,
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled. Thank you.
So that was the context of that is that he had...
I didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your recollections here. 45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right, and your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when in May?
Late May.
Okay. Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
Mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay. So you don't recall seeing how much anybody had to drink that night, correct?
I did not witness that.
And do you recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
Okay. And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer?
Yes.
Approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From the campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrists?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went last to their trailer? Everybody else went before them?
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went they went. It was all around the same time at the end of the night. That the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer,
Feels like she's
that
building up
dissipated,
for some
everybody
huge
then left
gotcha
at that
moment.
point.
Like, ha ha!
Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, how far away was your
Snow,
house
he
that
really
you were
does.
staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Easy.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I then talked to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
Don't tell us what the text said. Just how did you
Okay.
get involved?
I got a text from. I got a.
That's still hearsay, You're under
Okay.
objection.
No. Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was.
no.
Objection, hearsay?
Apologize.
Oh my God. That woman.
I got a
What did
text.
you received a text. Okay.
Yes.
From
and from a former employee.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading?
Overruled.
I did.
Thank God.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Okay. Sorry. I don't have an objection right now.
This fucking woman. Oh my God, just shut the fuck up, you bitch. Jesus.
And how do you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance?
Never mind. I was
Extremely
wrong.
relevant considering that they have accused him of being
overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Oh my God, bro.
I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right. So you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness. Or is it going to be a deposition, or is it going to...
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
All right. Now, that was a fucking train wreck, if I've ever seen one.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Dude, my internet is acting the fuck up. No idea why. Oh my God, what do I title this as? Does anyone have any ideas? Now this one is fucking stuck? Oh my God. Is this one working in? Good God, bro. Good God.
Following that, excuse me. Following that, I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx. And I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy as in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also
Is this a new guy,
consult
or?
To the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work.
Yeah, he's from England.
Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
Yeah, a lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Delia, thanks so much.
Have
I
you
really
published
appreciate that.
a book through the APA?
I promise I will.
Actually, all of those books were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the U.S. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the U.S., but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and from time, fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms. I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important institution.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty.
What's this guy going to help, though?
Several years ago, I
Parents
don't remember
that
exactly when.
have faulty children.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions from Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
Oh my God, he's going
And
up to
what work have
Spiegel!
you done to form your opinion?
Spiegel!
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp's psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many of the therapists involved in this case, including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant.
Spiegel is alive, bro. He was here yesterday.
Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Good Lord, fuck me, bro. These objections, and then may we approach, and dude, I say the biggest issue with the criminal justice system in the US, it says that every single person has the right to a speedy trial. This is anything but speedy. Like, the amount of times that these people approach the bench, at some point the judge just has to put her foot down and be like, no, shut the fuck up, just sit down, let's just listen to this guy. Yeah, you have to run through this entire thing, And then you have to go, so, Your Honor, we would like to offer him up as an expert in the field of psychology. And then they go, actually, no, he isn't, because he has no relevance to IPV or whatever the case may be. So you run through this whole thing. What happens if the judge goes, well, actually, I agree with the other side? This is clearly not a guy that knows what the fuck he's doing. What do you mean off trials, Lord?
All right. So any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So he'll be moved as an expert. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his opinion?
All right. Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that
There we go.
that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, his testimony against the doctor. Oh my God, is he approaching again? Ah, for the love of all things that's fucking holy and count my life. Bro. These people, man. Like, look, listen here, sir. I know that you're dropped to defend Miss Todd, but listen closely. None of us like the doctor from yesterday. He's clearly a moron, and we would love to hear this guy say it. As carefully as he's trying to be not to say it, we all agree with him already. Like, we already think he's a fucking moron. So let's just get on with it. You know, over 2 hours ago? You think the jury feels every time they do that? Dude, is the chairs for the jury at least comfortable? Is it at least a little, like, comfortable Herman Millers or something? Or is it, like, wooden benches? See the doctor's testimony yesterday, so I guess I missed something. Oh, the doctor's testimony was so good. Can we have King Julian objecting and approaching Akko when he started talking about WoW? Wooden chairs. Oh, my God. Wait, are they not allowed to show the jury on camera? Oh, fuck my life. No, protection. Ah. Yeah, because otherwise someone may know one of the jurors and could influence the juror. Be like, you motherfucker, I want to fucking jack off to Amber Todd in the next Aquaman movie, so you will vote no. Publicly, as far as I know. But everyone in the courtroom can see them. Is there a limit to the, like, who is allowed inside courtrooms? Can anyone just be inside the courtroom? Or is it only, like, friends and family sort of rules? Yeah, but Thorberg, you already have to know this. In America, everything is turned into a fucking game show. So, of course, court cases in America will be publicized. In South Africa, it's very rare that a court case will be publicized. The only one that I'm aware of that was ever publicized was the Oscar Pistorius one. And I believe that's because the state themselves requested that it be publicized. I don't think I've ever heard of another court case in South Africa that's been publicized. Massey, South Africa doesn't have juries. We just have a judge. Either 1 or 3. But we have a judge, and then the judge will have a bunch of assistants. But yeah, we don't have the jury trial system in South Africa. I think they tried it in the 70s or 80s. I think there was something that they were trying to bring it in, and it just didn't work. Like, people just did not give a fuck about it. So yeah, in our country, it's sort of like the judge is the only one. Mainly because in my country, the judge is considered the only person with a relevant opinion because they know the law.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder.
Fuck, no.
And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
I just want to say at this point, even normal people, so we're not even talking about famous people, we're talking about a normal person that goes into a psychiatrist's office. I know because my uncle is a psychiatrist. It can take psychiatrists up to 6 months to a year to figure out what's wrong with someone. Like, you don't just walk into a psychiatrist's office and within an hour, they're like, oh, yeah, you're a narcissist, you're a psychopath, got all the shit, we're good here. Because they usually have to spend months with a person asking questions, asking the same question in different ways, looking for discrepancies in terms of how you answer things, the story that you tell them. And it can take a long time to make a diagnosis. So what Spiegel did yesterday with just shooting from the fucking hip, dude, like referencing movies that Johnny Depp played in and sort of making like bullshit claims, it is so fucking unethical to do something like that, because you wouldn't do that with any patient. And if you did, that patient would sue you for fucking millions.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to
True, Adrian.
Ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
So just to be clear, the psychiatrist uncle, I don't know how you put that in English, because this is like a removed uncle, I guess you should say. So my uncle, my mum's brother, is married, right, to his wife, which is my aunt, but her sister is married to the psychiatrist guy. So whatever the fuck that is called in English, that's what it is. But you are correct. The majority of my family is either in law or in medicine, because that's pretty much the only direction or professions that my family view as worthwhile. So me going into acting and ultimately becoming a Twitch streamer, as you can imagine, isn't really viewed as worthwhile, shall we say, in my family.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called annotations in psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist. That it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And
I mean, just to be clear, Massey, you are correct. Okay, so first, before we continue, I don't like pausing this too much because obviously it's live and you guys want to watch it as much as I do. But first and foremost, my family loves me. So it's not like I have an issue with my family or they have an issue with the fact that I'm a Twitch streamer or anything. They just don't get it. Like when I told my dad I want to study drama, he didn't get it. He didn't understand why. He still doesn't really get why I want to be a Twitch streamer. He doesn't really care. You know, as long as I can take care of myself, he's pretty good with whatever the fuck, right? It's not like it's an issue. It's just not. My dad won't brag about me, to his sister or his brother or anything like that. Like, I'm not going to be the talking point at family get-togethers or anything like that, which is fine. But anyways, to the point here, yes, this doctor isn't here to effectively get Smeagol locked up or anything, but Massey, just what this doctor has said up until now, if I'm on the jury, I'm disregarding everything. Like, just 100%. Everything that Smeagol said, I'm disregarding. Why? Because if the American Psychiatric Society said that you can't do that because you can't make an effective diagnosis without actually meeting with the client and actually speaking to the client, then why the hell would I trust this guy's testimony in any way, shape, or form?
This revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came up with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty of or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice. The expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
So you can basically
Did you
speak
form
out
an
against
opinion
other
about whether
psychiatrists.
Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And specifically, what opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality, and he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach for a moment?
Okay.
We're approaching a game. Things were going so well. Fuck. Things were going so well. The dude was quiet. The man was speaking. We were getting Schmiegel fucked. And now the guy had to go. Oh, objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? Your Honor, his testimony is severely damaging my case. Can we please get this guy to shut the fuck up? What exactly is your problem here, sir? Do you have a legal basis for objecting here? Your Honor, my legal basis is, how the fuck am I supposed to win this case after this guy just nuked my entire witness yesterday? This guy giving rules? Oh, shit. Some ones who are cute and manly, they really aren't mutually exclusive. I don't know, though. It's not that big of a boost to a man when you call them cute.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria, and for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria.
Sadresi, what does that have to do with
And
anything?
so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that
Oh my God.
Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion, is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Miss Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel
Objection, Your
bad.
Honor. I think this is going beyond his
All right.
participation.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned two major examples. What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned two major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word-finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination. This is a brief screen for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his designation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes. And he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse. And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam as it's like taking someone's temperature. If it's elevated...
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's gone beyond designation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
Wait, my cousin Vinny has said you can have a relative act as your lawyer. I don't know. Maybe you can? I don't see why not. It's like, for example, can one of your relatives be your doctor? Yes, they can. Most doctors wouldn't, though. So if, for example, my dad is my general practitioner, so whenever I need general medical help, I'll phone my dad, and he'll help me. Like, he'll prescribe medicine or whatever the case might be. But if I was ever in an accident or I needed to have surgery, my dad would completely just say no. He's not doing that, because do you really want to be the person that operates on someone and they die, and then that person that dies is your fucking son or your wife or whatever? With your lawyer, no, the judge or the other side's lawyers? Yeah, that would make sense. The objectivity can be called into question. Wait, your lawyer's objectivity? Because your lawyer doesn't have to be objective. Like, none of these lawyers are objective at the minute. So your lawyer doesn't have to be objective in any way, shape, or form, right? Yeah. So, yeah, a family member can absolutely be your lawyer. A family member couldn't be the other side's lawyer, right? So if, for example, you had a brother and someone wanted to sue you and they went to your brother would most likely excuse himself. He'd be like, yeah, actually, never mind. This is my brother that you want to sue, and I'm not getting involved in that. But your lawyer can absolutely be a relative. If you trust them, of course. But again, I think even then, a lawyer would excuse themselves, right? Because again, if you're the one losing the case, it might cause a family rift. So you'd most likely be like, well, it's not worth it for me. The price is too high. Cannot lie and make false statements, etc. by law, but objectivity is probably not a factor. That's what warlord do. Yeah, I mean, by law they can't lie, but they do. Do you guys genuinely think that lawyers don't lie? Because I think they lie all the time. I just think they lie in such a way that they don't get caught. Right? But they fucking, of course they lie. Knowingly, but of course they lie. I need to go pee again, so I'll be right back. Yeah, knowingly lie. So they basically go, actually, don't tell me you murdered someone. Like, we both know you murdered someone, but I don't want to know. Right? Just keep that shit to yourself. Lawyers and politicians. The funny thing is that almost all politicians are fucking lawyers. If they ever get caught, you can get in serious trouble. Lawyers paid liars. I mean, they're not to be trusted. This I would agree with. They're not to be trusted. Liar, Liar is such a good fucking movie, though. Such a good film. All right, let me quickly go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back. Should be like 5 minutes, guys. So let's take a 5-minute break. And then when we get back, hopefully we can get the show on the road and hear how Dr. Schmeagol is a fucking liar. Oh, there we go. Not my kind of taste too, to be honest, but I'm a weirdo. What the fuck are you guys talking about? But again, it's just a matter of personal taste. Are you talking about Camille? I'm assuming you guys are talking about Camille, right? I mean, Sylvanas is hot as fuck, though. So no hate there. Amber, no. Amber is definitely not... I don't know. Maybe it's just my general feeling about her, but I do not find Amber Heard hot at all. Like, not even in the least. She seems crazy as fuck to me. She just seems absolutely nuts. I cannot like someone like that. No, she's not crazy hot, Omi. Before knowing a single thing about her, I did not think she was that. I mean, I didn't, to be honest, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. I didn't even know who the fuck she was until this court case started. Like, the first time I heard Amber Heard, I was genuinely confused as to what the fuck does that even mean? Like, who is that person? She's far more unattractive. I only knew her from first Aquaman. You see, I never watched the first Aquaman, so I have no idea. I don't even know what that movie is about. Because Aquaman, as far as comic books go, as far as comic movies go, superhero movies go, I'm not a fan of Aquaman, to be fair. So, yeah, I genuinely had no idea who the fuck Amber Heard was. And then I saw this trial start up, and I was just like, well, fuck that. A Man in Water, Aquaman. Yeah, the issue with Aquaman is, all right, so you have a superhero that is good in water and can talk to fish. Congratulations. I'm sure that's very helpful. If the next, of course, big issue is in the ocean, we're good. If it's on land, well, who gives a fuck, right? I knew about her from some movie called Never Back Down. Haven't seen her again until Aquaman. I mean, just based on her acting in this trial, she's not a good actress to begin with, so. A Real Mermaid, but male. Was in the Stab series, but other than that, I don't even recall her being in anything. I have an ex who was very much of the opinion that Aquaman is the least useful superhero ever. Well, I agree with your ex. I don't think Aquaman is all that useful. In a hero movie, does she need to be a good actor? I don't know. Natalie Portman was a love interest in Thor, and she was a good actress. Or is a good actress. So I'm assuming it helps. Like, having a good actress or good actor in a movie is always a good thing, right? You don't want, no one wants someone that's shit. For example, who's Captain Marvel? What's that bitch's name again? Portman's a better actress than she is a love interest. Omi, now you and I are going to start having some fucking problems. Do you have something to say about Portman? Objection, foundation, bitch. Yeah, Brie Larson, also bad actress, like super bad actress. She is too good for that part in Thor. She's also stupidly hot, so as a love interest, she does the job, bro. And TV suck balls compared to all the stuff. Brie. Yeah, Brie Larson. Also horrible actress. And they couldn't have chosen... I don't even know why in the comic book universe Captain Marvel exists. Why make a superhero that just has, like, zero fucking... just has zero weaknesses. It's just Superman on steroids. Superman without the kryptonite. I wouldn't say Gwyneth Paltrow is a terrible actress. She's no A-lister, right? You're not gonna like think she is the best actress to ever live, but she's decent. She's decent enough as an actress. As a human being, she's off her fucking rocker. But as an actress, she's all right. In years, other than some random YouTube shows about them, my understanding about Captain Marvel is that she is who you call when everyone else is dead. Yeah, but it's not supposed to be that way. One of the great things about superheroes is almost every single superhero also have like weaknesses. They're not just very powerful, whereas Captain Marvel can pretty much do fucking everything. Bad in comics. Second, when actor underperform, it is not an actor's fault, but casting team. Brie had good movie, like The Room. Yeah, I never really watched the Brie movie. Recovering alcoholic, like Tony Stark. I honestly don't know much about Captain Marvel, outside of the movies and what little I did some research for the movies. I have not watched the new Doctor Strange, but I do want to. I was a huge fan of the first Doctor Strange, so I would be very happy to watch the new one. What Captain trailer? Yeah, I'm not, like, so first and foremost, Dragon Slayer, I won't be watching cinematic or trailers. They get you copyrighted. Like movie trailers, specifically movie trailers. All right, here we go. Come on, boy. I should have fucking hit live. I forgot. Fuck. Who are they waiting for? Are they waiting for the jury to walk in, or?
Thank you. You be seated.
All right.
All right, your next question.
All right, never mind.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw, is the Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So, for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was
you have to sort of give them the roundabout.
However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's now going past the designation.
I think he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the, whether he, about the
All
cold
right,
water.
if we can move on.
Okay. Who is qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without
Objection,
a battery
Your
of
Honor.
tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the cold water.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So
Dude, this guy is tearing
Dr.
Spiegel apart.
Would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent, and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history.
Exactly.
It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was,
my God! He's
an
just lying,
unfortunate
bro.
statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was
This is
violated,
so good.
and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Dr. Shaw, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections? It's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
Okay.
All right.
When the fucking Amber's team just completely forgets what the fuck is going on. I love how Johnny is just smiling and the lawyer of Johnny is just fucking having a good time. Just sitting there going, lol, their entire case is blowing up, bro. Oh my God. So asking someone what the difference between correlation and causation is, what the actual fuck? Well, he is claiming that Dr. Spiegel didn't say anything about correlation and causation. So now Johnny's attorneys are going, no, he absolutely did. I can show you the record. I can show you where he said it.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Yes, so the difference between a correlation and causation, correlation is a statistical analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about, there being a correlation between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused
Avalanche, how you doing, brother?
The behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you'll bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically is, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV. So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Well done, Johnny's team. Look at her smiling, being like, we got it.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater Rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater Rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay.
Well, so because he's never spoken about it,
and
he wouldn't know?
You agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater Rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Avalanche.
Can you put up, Defendant's Exhibit
you can, but
1904?
shipping things to South Africa is fucking rough.
Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater Rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
What the fuck did he just try to, like, say? 'Cause
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you. Your next witness?
I actually feel like she messed up a little there. Because the guy basically told her, Acrobat, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, although I don't understand a fucking word you just said there. The guy just basically said, look, but you do know that there are exceptions to the rule. And if I was her, I would just be like, can you tell us what those exceptions would be as it relates to the question he asked? Because he did actually answer it earlier. He said, you can absolutely testify, but the Goldwater Rule says that you can't claim that you know, right? You can't say that this is with medical certainty or this is a professional certainty or whatever the case. You can't make an absolute claim. You can sort of be like, I think based on what I've been given that stuff like this could happen and that could mean that, but I don't know for certain because I haven't actually spoken to the person.
All right.
Subscribe for free and Accolon using your Twitch. Wait, did you know you can subscribe for free to Accolon using your Twitch Prime? Well, you can actually, if you fucking want to. All right, fuck it, guys. Fuck it. It's 8 hours into the stream. I'm tired of this. We're not going to do this again tomorrow, by the way. Tomorrow I want to play some games. So I'm likely not going to... I don't know if there is a case tomorrow. If they get some really, like, hotshot person on, we can react to that. But if it is just, like, the normal shit like today, we're probably not going to react to it. I want to play some Final Fantasy XIV. We also have the Stanley Parable that we have to play. So tomorrow, that's what we're going to be doing, right? If you want daily life, go to Asman channel. We'll watch if, like, you guys tell me, hey, dude, watch it now. This is fucking good, right? So if you have that on your second monitor and you're like, dude, we have to watch this now. So I'll have the trial up on the channel, but I won't be, like, watching it. At least not the whole thing. Short video put in chat. Dragon Slayer, you're talking about the cinematic. As I said, I don't react to cinematics at all. Cinematics get you copyrighted. Damago, if it's like, I don't know, dude. Oh my God. I want to play video games. I don't want to fucking react to the court case the whole time. I want to play video games. We have so much shit that we need to do. Like, so many fucking games to play. If we just react the whole time, that's going to be rough as fuck. So, yeah, we'll watch... we'll watch with one... Let's do this. We'll watch with, like, one ear, right? Tomorrow, and then we'll play some Final Fantasy. We'll play some Stanley Parable. I need my sanity back. And I feel like much of this trial is just killing my brain. This was the first really interesting witness we've had all day. All fucking day. Crap out of the dip case. Avalanche, I'm literally just watching it because people asked. I think we watched this yesterday, Dragon Slayer. My internet's being a bitch. But I think we watched this yesterday. It's the fake video about Jason.
All right, your next witness?
Yeah, this is fake. We watched it yesterday. Yeah, I watched it. But yeah. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna be playing video games. Fuck it. I'm done. Maybe later we'll watch some court case. I tell you guys what. We can play video games, and when we're done playing video games, we can finish off with a couple of hours of court casing. But yeah, fuck it. I'm so sick and tired of this case already, dude. Oh my God. Can we just get to the part where Johnny wins? That would be nice if we could get to, like, skip out all of this bullshit. Let's just go to the jury going, yeah, Johnny Depp, he wins the trial. Fuck it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, tomorrow we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy XIV. If we have time, we'll play some Stanley Parable after that. But we will be starting with Final Fantasy XIV for those of you that is interesting and following along with that story. So, as always, thank you so much to everyone that supported, all the gifted subs, all the subs, all the people that hung out, chilled out. It was an absolute pleasure to have you here. Please be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.